of the Beaufort County Board of Education business meeting. It is September 16, 2020. We are now in public session and the meeting is being conducted by remote video conferencing, and it's also being live streamed by the county channel. Mr. David Stribinger.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
We're in the same meeting that we were last night, so I'm going to talk in the present tense. I just want to point out to my fellow board members that we made an error that we have to be very cautious about not repeating. In our August work session, Attorney McFadden advised us very clearly that we cannot change the posted agenda in any way, be it times or identities. So when we decided to reverse the order of the Operations Committee report last night, the chair did not call for a necessary 2/3 vote to do that. Now, McFadden was very clear in August that an agenda can only be changed prior to the approval of the agenda by a 2/3 vote, or after the agenda is approved by a 2/3 vote and a condition of exigent circumstances. So I just want to point that out, that I don't think we can let our zeal for efficient time management override compliance with the Freedom of Information Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Stribinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The operations report, the first item will be the construction update. In the Operations Committee, we did an abbreviated review of this because we knew that the full presentation would come to the board. So is it Robert or who's going to take us through this?
Yes, unfortunately, Mr. Corbin was unavailable this evening, so I will be taking the reins. So I will do my best to live up to his presentation skills. With that being said, yes, we're going to do the construction update. And the
Sir
first
Dowling, could you please lower your hand?
Okay. Robin, the first part, if we can go to the videos for May River High School. And there will be 6 of these. They're short videos and please recognize these were done prior to the Operations Committee, so at this point they're over a week old. But what you see here is the brickwork, and at this time the brickwork has been completed on May River, so it is progressing nicely. Next video, Robin. Here you're looking at the corridor. You can see the walls have been prepped for paint. You're mainly looking at the exposed ceiling. Go to the next video. All this is in preparation for our OSF inspection, which is scheduled for October, the above ceiling inspection. You can see there is some sprinkler pipe in place. The ceiling grid is in place. In this room, the ceiling grid is not quite yet in place, but the sprinkler pipe is in place. Windows are not installed yet, you may have noticed. Next video. And you're now looking on the mezzanine with the equipment being brought in. Maybe not all installed yet, but it's prepped and ready to be installed. Next video. And here's the outside. If you'll notice, the windows have begun to be installed. And here in the last frame, you'll see the top windows installed, but the bottom is not. The windows on that side have since been completed. You can just pause for a second. This is River Ridge. Can you pause this, Robin?
Yep.
So before I go to River Ridge, I'll just stop and we will talk more about May River, but I just want to see if there are any questions on the May River video before I move on. Hearing none, I will move on. Go ahead, Robin. You can start the River Ridge. This is the video for River Ridge. This is in the 800 wing, and this is a week old, so a lot of this is move forward, but this is the connection with the new wing, and you were just looking at that plywood barrier, which is the existing building. The ceiling is exposed, and since this time it has received the overhead inspection, so that is now able to be closed up. Looking at some restroom areas, which are complete at this time. They weren't quite complete at the time of this video. And we're going to move from here over to the 400 and 200 wing, and now you're looking down the hall of the renovation work to the existing building, and you can kind of see that they're seamless. And these rooms are complete and ready for class to begin. As you can see, teachers have started moving their equipment and supplies and stuff and getting ready to set up for class. So as I said, this was a week old, so they are now ready in these buildings. So with that, Robin, if we can go back, yep, perfect, and move on to May River. And as you can see, May River, with the summary, you know, we're using the yellow, red, green light. Here, we're still all green lights. We are under budget and under schedule. So you saw the video. We're doing very well with the May River project. So if you can go to the next, if you'll note, stop for 1 second, I'm sorry, go back. See the paid to date is a little under 7 million. The encumbered and paid is 12.15. That is what we have in contract and or have paid out. The reason we put it in that format is some of the things are not contracted, such as some utility payments. So that's all that we've either promised and or paid. So you can see we're doing well with the budget being at 15.7 million. We are looking very nicely. There are some other expenses there, such as furniture we're going to have to add, but we're progressing nicely both on schedule and budget. So if you go down now, Robin, to the next slide. Yep. The big thing to notice there is looking for that OSF inspection on October 15th. That's what we're prepping for. At that point, you know, it's kind of, you're on the downhill slide of getting the building ready for occupancy. So that's everything we're doing right now is keyed in on having all the systems ready for that overhead inspection on October 15th. Next slide. So before I go on to River Ridge, I'll just pause for a second to see if there's any questions on May River. Seeing or hearing none. River Ridge, as you can see, we're both on green lights with schedule and budget. See, we've paid out almost $6.6 million with the encumbered to paid and paid at 9.1, which is under the budget of 9.9. We're finished. As you can see, we've occupied 2 of the 3 wings, as we talked before. Yes, Robin, if you go to the next slide. And there you see we're working for the final OSF inspection of the 800 wing. So we've occupied both the 400 and 600, and we're waiting for that final inspection on the 800, which is on the 15th. One change I'll note from this schedule, it showed furniture on the 17th. There were some delays there. So with those delays, we asked the furniture to be held off until after the OSF inspection. That just will help us with that OSF inspection. So actually the furniture dealer is holding that furniture at this time, and it will now be delivered on the 16th following a successful OSF inspection on the 15th. So any questions on River Ridge before I go to summer updates? All right, with summer updates, I'd like to stop right here. One good thing is it shows right now 2 of the 3 projects, but actually 3 of the 3 projects have been completed. We have completed all the right choices projects at this time. So that was over the technology building at the district office here was a project that had us all on pins and needles just because it was over all the IT. and that has been successfully completed. So we're all very glad that that's behind us. And then the only project that's got a little bit to finish up is Bluffton Elementary School. Just some punch list items there. Move on to the next slide. So with that, I'm going to go into the bulk of the summer work, but we'll stop for a second to talk about technology. I'd say in the operations committee, we had quite a lengthy discussion about the status of the technology infrastructure. You'll see that in the schedule it is yellow. It has been yellow for the last several reports that we've had. We did have a deadline of the 8th of this month, which was missed for many of these reports. We do have a technology sub-consultant that has had some issues and struggling with getting the projects going. He had some personal items that he needed to take care of. He actually is just now getting back, and we have been researching a commitment from him and our architects to get us back on schedule. And there is some variance with the different teams, but with this team of LS3P and Thompson Turner, they're promising, or our deadline at this point is the end of the month, which is the 30th of September. So we're hoping to get those deliverables for technology, which is 3 of the 10 packages that remain. So there's 3 packages left that, and when I say packages, those are the different, there's a PA package, there's a controls package, there is a audio visual package, and there are 3 of those packages that are still remain to be completed, and those we're hoping to see by the 30th of the month. That's the new schedule. So I know we had quite a lengthy conversation in operations, so I'll stop here and see if there's any technology questions, because this technology yellow light is going to be the same on 3 of the 4 summer work contractors and teams. So are there any questions on technology?
Mr. Dowling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to share with everyone that one of the reasons it was a lengthy conversation is that this item has been yellow light for months now. Okay, so it's not something that just came up. So we pressed for a, they tried to give us a goal.
Point of order.
Mr. Dowling, could you please, somebody's clicking a pen and it's really loud.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
I'm not finished, if they don't mind.
Well, somebody had point of order, sir.
I said point of order for the same reason why you said that someone was clicking the pen.
Okay.
Typing.
Okay.
Yeah, we said it was on the same
thing.
page.
It was extremely loud. All right, go ahead, Mr. Dowling.
We asked, they wanted to give us a goal that they'd have it solved by, and we asked to, make a commitment when it's going to be solved by. I'm not really sure that they made a commitment, but that's what we've asked for. So it's not just an aberration, it's an ongoing problem that I hope will be resolved shortly. We have also asked that we found out that the clock has been getting information such as this a good 3 weeks ahead of the operations committee. So we've extracted a promise that we will be given information at the same time that the clock is. Just wanted to add that.
Yes, sir, that is correct. We will be sending out to the operations committee those clock reports. And I will say that the schedule that we've requested is what I just referred to. The schedule has been updated to 9:30, and that is the commitment that we've received from the designers. So with that, other projects, Beaufort High is moving forward. I've got some pictures here coming up. So, and Broad River has been completed. Coosa, the generator, is looking to power up this week. So it's close to completion. So with that, Robin, if you'll go to the next slide.
I do have a question about Beaufort High.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dowling, could you please put your hand down again?
My question about Beaufort High was the front entrance going into Beaufort High School. What project did that fall under?
So that is safety and security. So that secure vestibule that was built over the summer, that was part of safety and security.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this for a process. I'll ask you the same questions I asked the guy the other night. Um, what is the procedures when we put down or we put down one type of flooring in and we take it up? Where does how do we make that decision, and where do those funds come from?
So I believe your question is about, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe your question is about if it's done incorrectly or it does not meet our satisfaction. Is that your question? How is that charged, or how is that corrected?
I'm not sure if it was. I don't get to look at the contracts, or I'm not sure what was called for it or what was supposed to be there or not. So I just want to know just the procedures of what happens through both of those situations. Well, you can break down the procedures of both of those situations.
So yeah, it would be the same in either one. If the contractor has given us a guaranteed maximum price. So as part of his bid proposal, he's guaranteeing that he will do all the work to our satisfaction for that cost. So if we are unsatisfied and or if the work does not meet the criteria, scope, or quality that we're looking for, then that area would be rejected, and that replacement would be at no cost to the owner.
So let me ask you this: who make the decision whether it is not what it's supposed to be? Who makes that decision?
So that is typically the project manager on the job. In conversations with the architect, and sometimes you may pull in the architect to get their opinion on whether or not it meets the specifications. And if it is determined that it's not, then the contractor would be notified that they need to correct that situation.
Okay, because I was just concerned that if that we were not just giving out choices to different schools that they could get. For instance, that if they want a green wall, or they want a brick, or they want a, better yet, if they want, for instance, if they want a drywall or they want a brick wall, and that we're not giving certain people certain permission to to make those changes in that way, and that the district is paying for it.
So I think I know a little bit of the background of your question, but I don't know completely. Can you ask that again so I can give you a correct answer? I'm not
Which part of
sure.
it didn't you understand? Which part of it didn't you understand?
You were talking about whether someone has the ability to make changes on the job and whether the district then has to pay for it. So are you saying if a principal makes a change or asks for a request, is that what your question is referring to?
Uh, I said my question is that anyone. I'm not sure who make changes, who can make changes. I just want to understand if a bill comes to the district to make a change in the building at a job assignment, who makes that decision to make the change,
Gotcha.
and who does the cost occur to?
Yeah, I think I answered that question pretty well. So the project manager for the project is the contact with the contractor. If the contractor does work that someone other than the project manager who represents the owner requests, then we would tell him, thank you very much for that free work. If you did not hear it uh, from project manager or get it in writing in some format, it really needs to be in a written format of a change, then they were never authorized to do that work. And I'd say all our contractors are very familiar with that process. And let's just say they're walking down the hall and a teacher asks for something or something of that nature. Um, they should let that project manager know. And that request, if we are going to do it, should be in written format back to them of that change. And if there's any additional costs, that would need to be discussed. But If that was not discussed ahead of time about additional costs, then any additional costs would be the burden of the contractor, and it would not be a burden on the owner.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. So any other questions on that? All right, the next slide, what you're seeing is the stadium at Beaufort High, and the turf, and the track around it. The track at this point is about 70% complete. So this was the project that you heard the clock members talk about that they visited, and I hope everybody gets a chance to visit that. It's a great looking field, and look forward to seeing some games on it. I'll move forward, Robin. So to continue on, this is the same team. As you can see, they've completed all the other projects minus the technology infrastructure package at Ladies Island Middle, which has the yellow light, which would fall under that same category that we're waiting on the design package to be completed with the new date of 9/30. Next slide. Here's some this is the new secure vestibule that was completed at Ladies Island Middle. There are still some punch list items that need to be done to finish this up. So it's probably 95% or greater complete, but you can see what it looks like and it's in use. Sticking with the same team, looking at some the right choices area. It's behind, but that was behind due to some Beaufort Jasper water and sewer requirements. There was some back and forth that occurred that really delayed that, but proud to say, or glad to say, that it has now been settled and we're moving forward. And you can see if you're at the district office that that area has been screened, and things are starting to move forward. We just need some better weather now, unfortunately. Now that we're able to start, we're getting some rain, but we'll hopefully see that progress rather rapidly. Whale Branch Early College High School, that's the turf field and track. And of course, that is moving forward, and that track has been completed. So if you go to the next slide, Robin, there's a picture of the Whale Branch field, another good looking athletic field. And since this picture has been taken, that track has been completed. So if you move on to the next slide, Robin. This is the team of McMillan, Pazin Smith, and H.G. Reynolds working at Beaufort Elementary School. A lot went on at this school this summer, made pretty massive strides at moving it forward. If you've been to that site, you'll know that we have a mobile of a 6-classroom mobile in place that they're by now have moved into and ready to start using. What you're looking at in front of you is the towers. It did have one cooling tower, which is located in the right of that picture, and it is being replaced by 2, which is located on the left and being surrounded by a block wall. So we have took the one away that, if you're familiar with this area, we were getting some noise complaints from local residents, and we're putting 2. So that's going to increase efficiency, bring the noise level down along with that wall around it, and also give us redundancy. So very excited about having those added features for that air conditioning system at Beaufort Elementary School. Next slide. Here is a special needs playground with some musical notes that were just added. It's pretty neat features there. You can bang on the chimes, and there's all sorts of, and there's some drums and all sorts of things that you can do there with your hands to make noise. Next slide. So moving on to the third team of Jumper Carter Cease and MB Khan, you can see that they're working in schools in southern Beaufort County. You'll notice the 2 yellow lights are technology infrastructure, just as we saw previously. The only difference is this group has committed to completing these projects or getting them ready for bid by the 25th of this month. So they're a little bit ahead of the other group. And as far, playground's been completed, your paint work has been completed both at Bluffton Elementary and Bluffton Middle. I mean, we are ready from now, for classes to begin. There's going to be some technology infrastructure work that will continue, but that will continue on nights and weekends going forward. So next slide. Pictures of the playgrounds at Bluffton Elementary, the new playground work. Next slide. And here you're looking at the locker rooms and the weight room at H.E. McCracken Middle School. Continuing on with jumper car seats and MB-Con, you see most of the work is completed, ready to go. You'll see the one yellow light again is technology infrastructure, which will move forward on the 25th of this month. We hope to go from yellow to green. Next slide. Here are the playgrounds at Hilton Head Elementary and the turf field. This turf, you'll notice that turf field over there is what's going to be going in at all the elementary schools. This is a great addition. We had a tough time growing grass, so with that, they will be able to have the soccer games and everything year round without disturbing the grass. Next slide. Continuing on, again, the yellow light at Creative Arts is technology infrastructure, and just the picture on the left is the new kiln, but everything else is moved forward or been completed. So next slide. I think you went back, Robin. So the last group. So this is Rosenblum Co. in contract construction, working at the Well Branch schools, Well Branch Elementary and Well Branch Middle. Notice again, the technology is the same as before, so that will get on track on 9/30. Next slide. So I'll stop here and pause on summer work projects. Any questions or comments about summer work?
Yes.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
Yes. I have a question about Well Branch Elementary.
Yes, sir.
When did they start this project?
Date started. I don't have that in front of me. At Well Branch Elementary, of course, they're working on the HVAC conversion and they're doing the technology and infrastructure throughout the building. I do believe it did have a little late start in the summer with this team, so it was sometime in June. I can get you that exact date.
Do you know why there was delay?
Other than these teams on the technology side.
No, I'm not talking about technology. I'm talking about the HVAC.
No, sir.
Because I was out there a couple of days ago, and I went to the whole school, and I'm just upset. I don't believe that children should have been at school. There were some children in there taking map tests. In the cafeteria, stuff was piled up all up on the stage. All that stuff should not have been there. Those kids should not have been there. I think what we should have done, either take them kids to Davis Elementary or put a mobile unit out there. I was also told that one of the doors was left open and a snake got into the building. And so I just want to make sure that when these contractors make these mistakes, we got to do something about it. Somebody has to be accountable, because that's not right. Because they would do it at other schools, so why they do it out there?
So yes, sir. I completely understand about the door being left over. There's no excuse for that. That we will make correct. One of the things is that work there will continue, between now and the summer. And the plan that went forward is to coordinate off areas for them to work in. And we do need to make sure those areas that are sealed off and we actually had a meeting out there and a conversation today where we're going to talk about barricading it, making sure there's no way that there can be any interference between the two.
Right, because the doors are not locked. You can walk right on through.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That's going to be we had a meeting today and talked about barricading that area. So it will be such that you cannot go open and go into there. So
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you pointing that out, and we will make sure that's corrected.
Thank you.
My question is to Dr. Rodriguez. Can you tell me the process of how of our? I know we have a 10-year plan. How do we come up with that 10-year plan?
You apologize, I was on mute. Mr. Otting?
Yes, so the 10-year plan, every year we go out to the principals. We do a principal list. So we ask all the principals what projects they have on their list. We send them all the projects that are currently in the 10-year plan and ask them if they're all still relevant and if any of them need to be removed or updated. So we ask them to take off any of the items that are no longer needed or have been completed, and then add to it any items that they are requesting. At that same time, we'll send out our maintenance team and ask them what items they're aware of that need to be replaced or corrected. And so we'll get a list from them. We'll ask the same thing to our custodial group. What items are they aware of that are broken or damaged or need to be replaced? And then I'll ask the same questions to our facilities group. Once we get all those questions together, we have a database where we keep an access database where we keep all those requests. We put them in there. A price is put. Typically, that was done within our staff. If you may remember last year, we hired out Cumming to go through there and do some of that pricing exercise to make sure we had cost estimates in there. And that may be something that this year we look at getting some assistance from HERE on. But once those numbers are in there, we try not to, I try not to remove them without letting the board or everyone know. So that information is typically gathered in the spring. In the fall is when I come to the board with the updated 10-year plan. So that typically is in December timeline. We may have a little delay this year just because of the late start of school, because one of the other things that goes with that 10-year plan is our capacity and our growth projections, and we really can't start that work until after the 45-day. So our 45-day this year, of course, will be delayed from typical, and therefore it will most likely delay our putting that 10-year plan out. And then, of course, we bring to the board in May the recommended projects for the upcoming summer. And so in May of last year, the board approved the projects for summer 2021. And in May of next year, we'll bring you the projects for review and approval in 2022. And of course, as you know, Mr. Smith, that's first brought to the operations committee, and there's a process that we go through to bring the number down within the budget that we want to go forward with 8% projects, which to date has been around $20 million.
Right. So with that being said, thank you for helping me understand the process. Now, I know a couple of years ago, I believe that we gave feedback on the process on how you picked your summer work. Could you tell me how now? On this one right here, we did not give you on this project in particular that we're looking at this summer work. We didn't do that. Can you tell me what's the process on picking the summer work? Is it within that same way? Is it then reasonable to say that it's basically the same steps that you take within the 10-year plan, or no?
Yes, exactly. So that 10-year plan, as I said, is what's brought in May, or actually we start with the operations committee in March. So we'll take the upcoming year out of the 10-year plan, bring it to the operations committee in March. And typically, that number has been in the $35 million range of projects. And through several meetings of the operations committee, we have to bring that number from 35 million down to an acceptable number by the board. And that has typically been in the $20 million range. So there's a process of going back and forth, as you're aware of going through what projects, and I don't typically remove projects. I'll move them to future years so they can be considered again if they're still viable. But of course, we also call out projects that should be deleted, whether it's that they're no longer felt to be needed or what that reason might be, or the work has occurred through other means. So, and usually we go back and forth about 2 or 3 times before we'll get a final amount that's around the 20 million that's then brought to the full board for approval.
Right.
And we usually go a couple times with the board even. But.
Right, but I was just trying to figure out for some of these projects. I mean, for the projects, just the process of when you come up with that with those how much ever within the $20,000 of the summer projects that you have, like what's the process of you out of the whole 10-year plan that you have? Let's say, for instance, you have 50 projects. What's the process of you eliminating, and how do you go about that?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think we're getting into a future agenda topic as opposed to the construction update. I would suggest we pursue that as a future agenda topic and focus on this construction update.
I don't think so. I'm asking a question for a reason. I'm trying to see the process. The process, Mr. Scrivener. I apologize if you're uncomfortable with my questionings, but
I'm not uncomfortable, Mr. Smith. I'm just trying to move us along and stay on point. I think your questions are on
point. I'm on point. I hear you and you blowing. I think that's excessive.
Smith,
I think you're over the top, but I haven't said anything about that. I'm asking these questions because I don't have special privileges that other board members have. So when these people, when they bring the information forward, then it's my job to ask these questions. I'm wondering, so if you really want to know, I'm wondering how we pick these projects because of the fact that we have leaking roofs in certain places in the districts, and I'm trying to figure out how do we go about choosing which projects are important and which projects are not. So therefore, instead of asking any questions or being over the top, I just want to understand the process of how we do that, Mr. Scrivener. If that helps you understand my process of asking these questions.
I'm not debating your questions. I'm just debating them now, as opposed to
I know because you're ready to move on. I understand because you're ready to move on. I understand. So I'll conclude it with this, Dr. Rodriguez. I was wanting the procedures versus if we have certain summer projects taking place. If I was wondering how do we choose which projects or what's the course of things, because I may see a leaking roof in one school that's not on the 8% project or not on the list of things to do. So I'm just trying to figure out how do those things get on the list and how all that comes together as one. That in the future that's what I would like to have someone explain to me or break it down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. Should I move on? All right, design projects. Robert Smalls is well underway. We have an architect. Their contract's been signed. They're working on. I think they have already completed. You'll see the Amendment 1, the survey services, so they can really move from SDs, which is schematic design, into DDs. So they, had one meeting previously. They took on public comments. From those public comments, they've been working towards getting the schematic design complete. We've had an internal meeting where we've reviewed those documents, and we're looking to having a meeting with the public in October. We've given them some feedback. They're tweaking some things. So I'm really excited about bringing these out. So look forward to that meeting in October. We're looking at somewhere in the middle of October, where we're going to bring forward where we are with the schematic designs. And hopefully once you see those, you'll be as excited about them as I am, because it's really going well. If you go to the next slide. So Battery Creek, this is the team of Jumper Carter Cease. I should have said that Robert Smalls is LS3P. And again, they're moving forward for both these projects. As you know, last night, the board approved us to announce the intent to award for construction management at risk firms. So that is now going to move forward with us bringing contracts to the next board meeting. Hopefully with those approval of those contracts, we'll get that contractor on board who can then start working with our architects as far as pricing that schematic design set to make sure we're on budget, and that team can get together and then they can start working towards design development drawings. So that's what Battery Creek is moving forward as well. Well, if you go to the next slide on community outreach, well, I'll go ahead and announce it, I guess, and make sure everybody puts it on their calendar. If I do it twice, it won't hurt. So tomorrow night, the 17th, will be the first Battery Creek High School community meeting. It, of course, will be done via Zoom. It starts at 6:30. I hope everyone can join us there at that meeting and see kind of the first look at what we're talking about for the work at Battery Creek High School. Very excited to be for that one as well. Hope you all will be able to attend and give me any feedback you might have on that. So the contingency
You
log.
wait a minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
We have, yeah, Dr. Wisniewski, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. This was up earlier when you were talking about the different technology things. It's just a comment, really. The Bluffton committee had been doing some tours of the different Bluffton facilities, and I wanted to share with the full board with regard to the different technology upgrades that are going on at some of the schools. I only can speak to those that I've seen in Bluffton, but some of those technology upgrades do require technology. I saw technology rooms at Whale Branch Elementary School and middle school. So I wanted to make that comment because it was something that I was kind of unaware of, was that it was going to encroach on some of the learning spaces or classroom areas. So I just wanted to let other board members know that, in case, you know, they see something change in the 10-year plan book in the future, that was something I noticed and wanted everybody to know about. That was all.
That's a great point, Dr. Wisniewski. Yes, when I say technology infrastructure, that means more space for technology to ensure that we can meet the loads that they're going to have, more air conditioning as well. So it's more than just pulling wire, although and adding cameras, but that's a big part of it. But the infrastructure is giving those spaces that are needed for those technology closets. And as technology grows, the needs for those closets grow as well. And if I can, I'll just stop here and make one point that I believe we made in the operations committee, is that as we're building this technology infrastructure, we're leaving the existing technology infrastructure alone. So we're building a parallel system. So we won't turn things over until we're completely done. So there should be no interference with what we're doing with the current technology that's being used at the school, the technology infrastructure at the school. So just wanted to make that clear.
Mr. Smith?
Dr. Rodriguez, just a follow-up to Mr. Campbell's comment earlier. Is there a process if there is, what is the process for inspecting the building after the summer projects are over, and who would be responsible for that?
Go ahead, Mr. Ronnie.
Yes, so it may depend on the project. As you know, our jurisdiction, our building inspector is OSF. We do also hire a third-party inspector. So what a third party, so there's three ways they're inspected, actually. You have a third-party inspector, you have OSF, that is our building permitting agency and state inspector for the Department of Education. And then, of course, you have our own internal inspections. So our project management team is responsible for inspecting. And actually, I'll add a fourth, if I counted them right. We'd also bring in our design team. So at the completion of every project, if it's electrical, you'll have the electrical engineers and their people ensuring that it was done properly. You'll have the mechanical engineers and their personnel coming in to make sure those systems were done properly. You have architects that are meeting weekly with the owner, and they send out their reps, typically for summer work projects on a weekly basis.
Can I give you clarification?
Yes.
Basically, my question is, what's the process and who's responsible to check the building to make sure that it's safe for the kids to return in there? Whose job is it to inspect the building? That for clarification, for safety.
So that would be the same answer. I mean, everything falls under the jurisdiction of OSF. OSF may release some of those responsibilities to, say, the local fire marshal, depending on the project. In some instances, OSF may review our third-party inspections and not actually do an inspection, but any item that involves life safety in our world, of course, are fire sprinkler systems, fire alarm systems, door hardware, sometimes HVAC systems when they're tied to the fire alarm. Really, anything that has anything to do with the exiting of the building or anything of that nature, OSF will come down and inspect those themselves. If it is something that is not a life safety item, such as paint or flooring, they may not even require outside inspection. If it is an HVAC system,
all due respect, I hate to keep stopping you, but it's not only you're giving me a long list of things, and I just want to go back to Mr. Campbell's, what he said. I don't want none of the board members to miss it. It seemed like he had a deep concern that the building was unsafe and we have kids in the building. And I just want to know, as a board members for Beaufort County School District, who is held reliable for that on behalf of the superintendent, Dr. Rodriguez. I would like to know whose job is it to make sure that the building is held is safe for kids to go in there and to be productive learning going on. That's the understanding, because Mr. Campbell seemed like he was very concerned about that, and I don't want that to be overshadowed.
So in Mr. Campbell's instance, he was talking about areas where kids are near construction. So of course, what we are doing and what I was referring to in my response to him is we're securing those areas so their kids are not able to go in there or even go anywhere near it. But the construction area and the safety of the construction area is the responsibility of the contractor. So the contractor in areas that are dedicated for construction, for the most part, that is their area of responsibility. I'd go as far to say as ownership, although we can come in and trump them if needed. But any areas under construction fall under the responsibility of the contractor. Now, we oversee their work to ensure that they're managing it in a safe fashion, but that is their legal responsibility.
My last question, does the building principal have any input in with the building being safe?
Oh, of course. Any concerns the principal has, we're going to address those immediately.
Thank you.
Okay. May I go forward, Ms. Chairwoman? The referendum project contingency log. So the good news on the project contingency log, so what we do here is track any of our expenses that are used out of contingency. Of course, there's an owner contingency pot as the entire referendum. The good news, or what's easy here, is we have not spent any money since the last time we did our report. And this is reported to the clock, it is reported to the operations committee, and now it is reported to you. If we do have an expense that we use, it will be added to this report. All right, next slide, community outreach. I do invite everybody to know that all the project information is on the website. The clock meetings are on the website. Pictures of projects, status report, those are kept up to date on at least a monthly basis. So if you're interested on the status of any of our construction projects, please visit the website. Another big item to make sure everybody's aware of, and I hope all the board members are aware, and I hope to see you all there, but the ribbon cutting for River Ridge Academy will occur on September 23rd. I believe we are starting, if you have seen, at 11:45. Actually, the start will be noon. Hope to see you all there. That's kind of our first big project that's been completed. So very excited to get that going. And it's just hope everyone is pleased with the end result as we are. And then I already mentioned, but it's worth mentioning again, Battery Creek High School, the Zoom meeting will be tomorrow night at 6:30. I hope to see you there as well. In that, they'll present the concept layouts for all the improvements that are going to occur at Battery Creek High School. And then again in October, mid-October, we will have our second community meeting for Robert Smalls. Next slide.
So Mr. Otting, can you tell me the ribbon cutting ceremony, what's the time on that? It's at noon, and how long is it?
If you've been to any ribbon, I would expect it not to last more than 30, 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Next slide. All right, the HERE performance review. So if you're aware, just to give a brief history of this, I brought to both the board and the operations committee and the clock how questions that were going to be used for this evaluation tool. It mainly composed of a few questions that are quantitative and others that are completed via survey of member participants and projects. And we went through the survey with the clock, got some comments, put that in front of the operations committee, received comments, brought that to the board, received some comments there. And now, after doing that a couple times with all three of those groups, we're actually putting it to use. So the survey was put out to the public, and these are the results. Question 1 is about the staffing. You will see that it's a yellow. The reason why it's a yellow is we budgeted a staffing amount at the start of this year. One of the suggestions that was made by the clock and I believe the board at the same time was that in evaluating HERE, we evaluate him every year and set a contract on a yearly basis. So based on what we set our budgeted amount and a contract amount for this year, we're actually behind schedule in the amount of hours used. So there is extra capacity there for us to use with HERE. Now, the good news is, of course, we're only being billed on an hourly basis. So we only get billed for what we use. So if you go, the next one, B, adhere to staffing budgets, a green light, because we're using less hours. And of course, we're spending less than we budgeted for this feature as well. And we've only spent 60% of the budget. Item C is experts to the team. That's a review of the resumes of the individuals supplied by HERE and analysis of their resumes compared to the skills needed. And as you see there, that's a score of 90. Professionalism. This was part of the survey questions. You'll see there a score of 4.17. And just to go over the survey, the way the survey was sent out, it was sent out to senior staff, to 2 principals involved with HERE projects, to 3 clock members, and to the members of operations, of the operations committee of the board. Next, a relationship with the district. If you slide down, you'll see that the score is a 4.33. That was a survey question. NWBE participation. Now, this is taken directly from the hours that were submitted by HERE. And if you see there, they scored a 4. Their amount of MWBE participation is 38.3%, which exceeds the district goal of 20%. And that's why they got that green score. project management was a survey question. Oh, sorry, that's the heading, community involvement, and it was a survey question where they received a yellow. This is an area where we think we may look at changing the way we score these, because the reason they got a yellow was they did receive a few NAs or not applicable, and that, which is a 3, which brought their score from a 5 down to a 4. And on our scoring scale that we had submitted previously, a 4 would be a yellow. It had to be above a 4. Now, the reason why I think we need to change this is that yellow score is, there were no dissatisfied or strongly dissatisfied. So I think that's not a proper representation. We've had 2 ways of looking at this. The clock suggested we change that score to be a 4 and above as green, and if all the yellows you see here, if that would have been the case, would have been green. I know we had some conversations in the operations committee about actually taking those scores out and removing them and then averaging them, and in that case these would all be green as well. So either way, if we take either one of those items, those would have been green scores. Managing schedule, another question on the survey was green. Managing the budget, they scored 100% just based on right now all budgets are under budget. Dispute resolution, that's something that really they haven't had to deal with so far, but they scored a 4, which should have been a yellow, and that's partially because they have not had that item of concern. That's probably why they got a lot of the NAs and non-applicables. Safety, a 4. Construction phasing, 4.5, which is green. Quality control, a 4. Go down to referendum management coming from the individual survey groups. You had the clock opinion, which is a 4.0. There are no public opinions. We did have board opinion, and at the time I published this, we said no surveys. Since that time, I was corrected, and we did go back and review that, and we did have Mr. Stribinger and Mr. Smith surveys without a name on it, and I believe those are the ones, that's the one that came from the board members. So to correct this, we did receive a survey from a board member. I actually don't know which one it came from because there was not a name on it. So I do need to correct that. Quality of information, the next item, if you can scroll down, Robin, was a green at 4.6, standard yellow at 4.0, their management plan, a green at a 4.2. If you continue to scroll down. And finally, their website and upkeep to the website, green at 4.33. So this evaluation tool, and this, with everything, you know, for the most part being a green or just below a green, this is what we will use prior to putting together the next contract for next year, next amendment for next year. So I'll stop there and see if there are any questions.
Ms. Robine?
Yes. So can you tell me what standards measures? That was a yellow, and also safety was a yellow. Were there safety issues that have been corrected?
No, I'd say, well, number one, the standards has to do with that all our projects have set standards, that we are doing all our projects consistently, and there's a standard set that is being used in all projects. The reason that one got a 4.0, and I know this after reviewing this one specifically, and it'll be the same reason for safety. We had several responses where it was non-applicable, or what's the other one? Non-applicable, or neither agree nor disagree. So what that indicated, such as principals who may not have necessary experience on the standard side, or staff members or others who wouldn't know the safety side. So it was more an indication of individuals filling out the survey who were unaware in this category if there was good or bad.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I believe that comes to the end of my presentation. All although I do want to make one other quick item before I answer any other questions. We had a conversation in the operations committee about cash flow. And as Mr. Dowling said, that was not part of this report, but that was part of a report given to the clock, and we will provide that to the operations committee going forward. And also you heard there was a cash flow discussion that Mr. Barber had in his clock presentation last night. I just like to report that one of our concerns on the cash flow is that we were low. This week, we have seen a big influx of pay apps come in. So we are seeing that turn a corner as of just this week. I'd say one day this week, I had, over $6 million worth of pay apps come in. So that's a significant move forward in that direction. So that's positive. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions anyone has.
Mr. Smith?
I was just going to tell you, I do appreciate your report, as well as in the future. Could y'all make sure that that you have dates on the report, so just when we can go back and look at the reports and see which month it was, because sometimes I kind of put them together and I'm not sure which month or date we got these updates on. So could y'all just put some dates on them?
Talking about on the individual pages, sir. Yep.
So you have the pages number. I appreciate that.
But if you just put the dates on every page. Yep.
In the month, I appreciate that.
You can definitely do that.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Colonel Dyer?
Mr. Otting, concerning the cash flow issue, one of the problems I understand was the amount of staffing available to make sure that all the invoices are properly vetted and checked out to make sure that all bills are properly set up and are valid. Has that staffing issue been solved with our own folks in our finance department?
Well, I would say I'm going to recognize that, yes, what you refer to is an issue, but at the same time, I'm going to state that's not the issue for the cash flow problem. And we are working, so we got two different issues here. There is a staffing issue internally, and I'll be glad to let Tanya Crosby address this, that we are working through HERE to, as you saw, we have additional staffing budget. We're going to bring additional people on to assist with that. But our problem on the cash flow was more of a problem of not having pay apps submitted. We weren't getting the volume of work being requested to be paid for that we were getting done in the field. So we still have one contractor out there, to be honest, that has not submitted a pay app, and they've been working since May. Now that contractor, we're going to have a meeting with and see what is needing to assist them with getting those pay apps in. What's their holdup? So that's a meeting that we're looking to schedule, and I think we may have already scheduled it for next week. But on the staffing, I'll let Tanya, if she would like to address that or answer that in any way.
Yes, Robert and Mr. Geyer. As the volume of construction has increased, the amount of staffing in the finance department has not. And so that added with the multiple audits we have going on, plus an amended budget for this year and a new budget for the next year. I have had some concerns about the volume and the level of work as those pay apps come in and the review of them, the processing of them. And so what we have done is requested that HERE augment their staff with additional accounting support. And we're in the process of reviewing the job description. And as soon as we have a final discussion of the validity of the accuracy of the job description, and we're confident that the items, the areas that we're concerned about are met, then we will move forward with giving the green light to HERE to move forward with hiring and seeking someone for that position.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, my report's concluded. I'll answer any questions anyone has.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Our next item is storage of complaints and grievances, HR. Just to give you a little background on this one, Mr. Smith brought to the Operations Committee an issue where folks felt that their complaints / grievances were not being followed through on. In a discussion of that, we realized we couldn't say that was or wasn't true because we didn't have a centralized database of all grievances and complaints. Some were being resolved at the site level, and those resolutions were not in a centralized database. So there was no way to track all grievances. And so that we felt that was a hole that needed to be repaired. And we felt the fix was to have a centralized database. So that's kind of the background. And we felt that would resolve any questions about follow through and tracking of complaints. So with that, Ms. Walton, I will turn it over to you.
Ms. Walton, you're muted. Can someone unmute her?
I got it. Thank you. Sorry about that. Good
No problem.
afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. Tonight I have with me the HR team, many of whom work tirelessly to get HR tasks done. And one of the things we did with the Operations Committee meeting after we presented our storage system was to talk about the COVID-19 impacts on employees. So we're going to do both of those tonight. I'm going to begin with Matt Hunt walking you through what we have determined to be the best avenue for us to take in order to become centralized with all grievances and complaints. So I'm going to introduce Matt, and when he finishes that, we'll move right into the COVID-19 impacts on employees. Matt?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. So we're taking a look at why do we need an HR management tool? And really what we're looking to do is we're looking to standardize the management process and reporting of harassment and grievance claims and incidents district-wide. We're looking for a centralized way to maintain records. We also want to make sure we're following the local, the state and federal guidelines. And we want to make sure we're protecting employees and protecting the district. So having a centralized system, what that allows us to do, the ideal vendor will be web-based. The ideal vendor will also have a configurable platform so that we can tailor the program to meet the needs of the district. Some of the functions we're looking for are to be able to store and access data, case files and templates that we can standardize ourselves, that we can create ourselves. We also want to be able to categorize incidences that allow us to identify trends either within certain personnel, within certain buildings, or within the district. That will allow us to then be able to address training with the principals and also training with the employees. Standardized system or a centralized system also helps us to make decisions based on data. And the management system will improve the efficiency in processing and the accuracy of handling all of the incidences, thereby mitigating against the potential liability that exists when reports come in. This also eliminates the problem of the internal resolutions that Mr. Stribinger talked about as he introduced this, concept. Robin, thank you. So our return on investment. The return on investment, by standardizing the investigations, we standardize the process all the way from the reporting through the resolution. We improve the reporting process by having multiple ways for employees to be able to file complaints or harassment or grievance claims. And part of that involves date and time stamping. That also will allow us as a central office to be able to enter into a workflow so that when a report does come, somebody at the district office will know that the report has been filed and then can assign that report to the appropriate investigative team. Also, any reports of harassment and grievances filed, that increases the probability of litigation. But by having a centralized place where we can locate all of this information, that allows us to make sure we can have accountability and oversight in the process. The other thing is that data is going to help us identify trends and support any claims. And it also informs the district on additional training that we might need to take, say, for example, in safe schools. And finally, having a centralized system will allow us to meet federal Title IX requirements. And at this time, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Kiki Swinton, to talk a little bit about the new federal Title IX requirements.
Good evening, everyone. So as Mr. Hunt just spoke about, we do have new Title IX requirements that just went into effect on August 15th. And this would allow us to meet those requirements with regards to the investigative process, as well as ensuring that we have met all of the requirements of the Title IX regulation. So this operating system would give us an opportunity to be able to track what's going on at the school, but then to also follow up through the district. Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you. So these are some functional components that we talked about as a committee when we sat to discuss this platform. And I do want to make clear for the board that these are just talking points. These are, this is kind of our wish list that we're looking for from vendors. So this is not really an official formal presentation of any kind, but these are some of the components that we wish for the vendor to be able to have. The first thing is an intake process that consists of multiple sources, meaning that an employee that needs to file a complaint could file one using a web link, using the telephone, could walk into the office of, let's say, a principal or somebody in the human resources department, and that report would be able to start then and there. That also starts the timeline. And the timeline is critical because without the timeline and something being date and time stamped, we don't exactly know. And so it's hard to enforce the administrative rule when the timeline is arbitrary or is questionable, excuse me. The other thing we're looking at with the case management system is that it's going to help with the oversight and the accountability of the process. And as I mentioned before, as a case would come in, that would go to a super user. I'm just going to use that term of a person that would be the superintendent or his designee or the district attorney. And the super user would be notified of an incident and would be able to assign the investigation to either a site user or somebody within the human resources department, or determined to handle that herself. And that also allows us to monitor activity. That way we'll have a centralized location so that throughout the district at any time we can pull a report and find out what's due to make sure that we are in compliance with the timelines. And the last component we're really, that is a must-have is a report generator. And a report generator will allow us to store current and historic records, also allow us to standardize our templates, standardize our reports, and standardize correspondence that goes out to the employees and the involved parties. And it also allows us to be able to do an internal audit as necessary. So what this all means for the district and with the employees is that it's one of the things that we've identified is we know that clear roles and responsibilities for people at all levels are going to be important. And that's going to involve the district providing training to administrators that handle the complaints. And really that's going to be about the definition of what is a complaint versus what is a grievance versus what is harassment. And I think for the employees, it's important to know that just because you file a grievance doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be founded. For the employee, the accountability for the employee is that they have to follow the reporting procedures if they are going to institute a report, meaning that it has to be time and date stamped and has to go through one of the multiple ways of submission. And finally, for administrators, because of the oversight that the program will allow us to do, that we will follow up the investigation. They will also follow up on the reporting, and they will make sure that they are meeting the resolution timelines. And finally, these are our stages of implementation. when this was brought to the Human Resource Department, we put a task force together, and we wanted to take a look at an online demonstration to find out more about what this process entails. And we conducted that in August of 2020. The Chief Human Resources Officer, we presented some information and some ideas to her, and the approval for an RFP went into effect in September. We also presented to the Operations Committee, and here tonight we're having the honor of presenting for you. Our third stage is really the implementation stage, and that's where after the RFP window closes, which is on September 21st, a committee will be selected, and the committee will then select the vendor, and the vendor will assign a project team to the district. And about 8 to 16 weeks is what the timeline is in order to build the platform and generate the templates that we need for the district. And really the generation of the platform has to be, we want to make sure it's intuitive and easy for people to use and very straightforward so that nobody can make mistakes in that process. And we ideally hope to have that conducted by the end of November 2020. And the fifth stage would be full implementation around December of 2020. And I did want to make sure that that asterisk that's added at the bottom here that says the goals will be turned into commitments once a vendor has been selected. I just wanted to remind the board that the RFP is out still, and so no vendor has been selected. This is merely a list of wishes that we have at this point in time. Madam Chair, I'm complete, and I will take the floor for questions.
Thank you. Colonel Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this sounds like a great program, but I am concerned about the cost and the return on investment. And let me give you my issues that I want to make sure is addressed. Given the efficiency study finding that the staffing level in the HR department is well under what it should be by common practice in other organizations of this size and complexity, will this program increase efficiency of current employees and thus provide return on investment and save us the additional salary of increased staffing? So when you come to us with this, when you've picked a vendor, I really want to see what return on investment we're going to get for the purchase of this program. Do you have any comments?
Yes, Colonel Guyer. There is an organization called the Governance, Risk Management, Compliance Research. It's the GRC 2020. And they have conducted a return on investment study for a district our size, which we employ approximately 3,900 employees, 3,900. We would be considered mid-range or mid-size. And the return on investment, they've labeled at about 7 months, just under 7 months.
Thank you.
Mr. Dowling. You need to unmute, Mr. Dowling.
Whoops, sorry about that. How many complaints did you receive in 2018, 2019? And how many complaints came in the abbreviated school year that we just finished?
For that, I'd like to probably Dale. Alice?
Yes, I will respond to that. Mr. Dowling, this year, this is our abbreviated school year. And I believe we only had 2 grievances this year.
That's why I asked for the 18. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yes, the year before, we had approximately 12 grievances. Our grievances usually pan out between 10 and 15 a year. Their anomaly years are about 20.
All right. So where you're building this you're building this all-inclusive program and hiring a vendor to develop a platform to help you track a dozen claims a year. Can you ballpark how much that you plan on spending for that?
I think, and Dale, you're out there, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think we're looking about an initial cost of $24,000.
How many complaints are current at the same time.
Mr. Dowling, I can tell you the complaints I spoke of are the complaints at the district level. Of course, you have complaints at the school level as well. So we multiply the complaints at the school level that are resolved at the school level that never get to the district level. They would be included in this process as well. So that number will increase.
And if I may address the cost, Alice.
Yes.
You know, I've done several implementations in HR, and a lot of times, you know, the cost is solely based on, you know, the different levels of functionality of the system, some of the enhanced functionalities of the system, and maybe even some of the extra storage that we may need in order to save maybe past grievances and go forth with the ability to even save an abundant number of grievances in the future as well. So it's really hard to nail that down.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense of are we debating or considering a Lexus when perhaps a high-end Chevy might do the trick?
Well, and then just to make another comment, the new Title IX commitments, the process for the new Title IX grievance process is really overwhelming. And from what I can see, and Kiki may be able to chime in, the process to keep all the documentation is very enormous. And to try to do that manually, I don't think we would be very successful.
I'm not suggesting manually, I'm suggesting whether or not we are going into overkill on the mechanized system. That's all.
Sure.
I think that there better be a whopping increase in the amount of complaints handled that used to be handled at the school level, because to build a system like this to handle 12 complaints a year, I think is trying to shoot a mouse with a howitzer.
Mr. Melvin Campbell.
Yes, I had some of the same concerns John has about the elaborate system that we're planning. I think the intent was just to get a flow of where those grievances began and how it ends up under somebody's purview. You know, and I think I was there at that original operations when this was brought up. That the idea is that the district needs to know what happens in the district, and without any reporting agency from the principals, there are a number of complaints that occur that we are unaware of from a district standpoint, which leads to some possible systemic problems. And that's what we want the district to be aware of. That was the idea behind it. But with Title IX being a big part of what the intent is, I may withdraw, my idea of this being too elaborate. But I just want people to understand where it's from. That 12 is the grievances that the district received. There may be another 100 grievances out there that ends up at the principal level. So that's what, and we want to know if there's another 100 grievances at the site-based level, because that's a sign of something possibly wrong. So that was the idea. Thank you. Dr.
Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions, and one is this predominantly a paper-based process that we currently use, or will this implementation of a database or a platform take the place of any existing database or platform that we use?
That's a good question. Thank you for asking that. It will take the place of the paper-based system. Currently, if an employee wants to file an official harassment form or an official grievance form, they do so by going to the school district website and printing off a PDF. And they print it off because it's uneditable. So that makes a laborious process right out of the gate. And the other thing is many teachers don't even know where to locate those forms. They're buried. So that will take that from a paper-based to a database system. That, of course, will allow us to be able to print, but it also allows us through case numbers for the people involved to be able to see and kind of track the process of where everything is taking place.
Thank you. And then my other question is going to be, you know, I understand there may only be 12 complaints received a year, but how long does it take on average to resolve a single claim? You know, if it only takes a couple hours, that's one thing, but if it's a laborious process to resolve those 12 claims, that's a different story.
I was going to see if Dale had his microphone off or if Alice did.
No,
Dale?
it's on. I believe typically they have 10 days. I believe that's what our policy states, that we have 10 days to address and resolve the grievance.
And then there's an appeals
But
period.
then you also, can I also add, just with the Title IX regulations, that process, if it goes to the level of actual sexual harassment, that can take up to 60 days.
Okay. And after the 10 days, is there an appeals period or?
Yes, they can appeal it to up to Alice Walton if they're not satisfied with the resolution from their principal or their supervisor.
Thank you.
Ms. Orshak?
So if you would explain to us the various classifications. There's grievance, there's complaint you mentioned. What are the classifications, or is it just grievance?
I think I can jump in on this one.
Okay.
We have aside from the Title IX, which is harassment of a sexual nature, there is a grievance that employees can file, and that is where they perceive another employee has violated a district regulation and has offended them or property in some way. And then there are the complaints where employees will say, I have this complaint, I don't necessarily want to file a grievance, but I'd like for you to see if something can be done internally. So if it gets to the point where it is an actual grievance, then that includes an investigation.
Okay, thank you, Alice, that helps.
Mr. Dowling?
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, when we talk about 10 days to resolve it, or harassment can go to 60 days, that's not 60 days of continuous work, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You got 60 days to do it, but how long is it going to take to actually do the work? 24 hours?
I mean, I would have to say it depends on the complexity of the situation.
Okay. All right, so, but I don't want anybody to think that we're going to have somebody with their nose to the grindstone for 60 days continuously trying to resolve something. Here's my one concern. I don't think this is properly sized. The big unknown is how many complaints are dealt with at the school level. We don't know that. It appears we haven't tried to find out. It appears that we could go to each principal and say, give me the same data in the question that I asked last year and the year before. How many employee complaints did you resolve at this building level? Then you'll have an idea that unless there's an increase or a decrease of what exactly what your volume is going to be, which will determine how robust the platform has to be, or can you have a version of the see something, say something app? Okay, I would feel much better if you came back and said to us, we get an average of 12 grievances a year, and we get X number of complaints that used to be resolved at the school building level that will now be in our district system. Then I believe we will have the project sized correctly and completely.
Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we're doing the ROI calculation, there is a cost avoidance piece that we can't forget about. One lawsuit would cost us a lot. So that's something to calculate in, and you can't speculate on that, but you're avoiding that cost if you have an effective system. So I'm not arguing that this is not properly sized. I'm just saying That's part of the equation. Because when it originally came, as Mel pointed out, when it originally came to the ops committee, we had a hole that we had an exposure because we didn't know how everything was being handled. And the other ROI that you have that's a little less obvious is the standardizing of the data analysis to see if we have a systemic problem. So those are things also, and I know that you can't quantify them and put an exact number on them, but they have to figure into the equation. We could have a systemic issue, so this will show us if we do. And you might be able to do it with an access database. I'm not arguing that that's not proper.
Tricia Fidrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think having a clearinghouse is a good idea. Mr. Hunt, thank you for the information and the presentation there. I think there are some benefits to this for the employees to realize that it will be a system that will be tracked. Mr. Smith did bring up this hole that existed, and I appreciate you all addressing it. And I do look forward to hearing what comes back from the RFP.
Mr. Smith?
My question was for Mrs. Walton to ask her, could she tell me how many grievances that we've had this year from across the district, not just at the grievance level, I mean at the district level?
Mr. Smith, if I can remember correctly, it's only been about 2 this year. This was the abbreviated year.
That's across the district too, not just in the district office?
No, this is just in the district office.
Well, I meant like maybe like, well, I mean, in every school building that's in the district as a whole. Maybe if you can, maybe you possibly can't give me that today.
No, I can't. No, I can't give you that today. And I think one of the points that you made when we first started talking about this was the fact that people were saying they were filing grievances at the school level, but they were never really handled. So, and we at our AR states that we encourage grievances to be filed at the lowest level possible. So that will be at the school level. And HR does not get into that level of grievance. It only gets into the level of grievances that arises from those employees who say, I don't believe my principal can be fair enough to do this. I don't want my principal to hear this. I don't want my supervisor to hear it. So it comes to HR. But I don't have a tally of how many happens at each school per year.
Thank you. Also, let me ask this. In addition to managing employee grievances, what other departmental tasks can this program support?
It really just, and I'll turn, Matt, you want to chime in there?
I just wanted to say, Mr. Smith, we don't know because we have not selected a vendor yet.
Okay, so the vendor will let you know what all you will be able to do with the programming.
Ideally, through the project team, yes, sir. We've provided a list of what we expect them to, what we expect the program to do. They have already asked a few questions regarding the RFP that we have answered, and but no vendor has been selected at this point.
Okay, thank you. Also, let me ask you this: does this program replace an existing program?
No, sir. We answered Dr. Wisniewski's question. It's currently a paper-based system, sir.
Mr. Dowling?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. Walton, I got your answer to my question that you don't know how many complaints are handled at the school level. But my concern is, has anyone tried to find that out, or are there any plans to find that out before you talk to a vendor about what you need?
Yes, sir. There are plans.
All right. So you're going to just ask each principal to tell you how many happened.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One last question. Does this program have any recurring costs, or is it a one-time cost?
Typically, when we do purchase systems, there are maintenance fees from year to year. And what those maintenance fees are would depend on the vendor and the contract that's been established. So at this point, we have no idea what that cost will be, or if there will be even a maintenance fee from year to year.
Will that be forthcoming from the responses from the RFPs, or would we have to wait until we got to the contract?
No, ma'am. Once we get the RFP and we select the vendor, then we can identify those costs.
But we wouldn't know it prior to selecting the vendor.
Not when the RFP closes on the 21st, we're going to get documentation from all the vendors that submitted a package to procurement. They will have that information in the package if there is a recurring fee as well, while the committee's looking at all the different packets.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Robine?
Yes, so I just want to make sure I understand the point of entrance then. So right now, the current issue seems to be, we don't know how many grievances we actually get that are being handled at the school level. So this new system would require everybody at the school level, every principal is what my assumption is, that's receiving the grievances, the complaints, would have to enter it into the database. And then I'm also hearing that it might be classified as a complaint or a grievance, and then the resolution. Is that what you're anticipating? That these things will be entered at the school level?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. The employee would fill out the form that's established on the system, on the software. Then it would come, like Matt said, to a super user in HR. And then we would then assign it to the principal of the school for him to do the investigation. And at that time, they'll get a task list, a to-do list, and it will also, in the event that they've exceeded or they're approaching the 10-day mark, it'll also send out electronic notifications to them that they're approaching the deadline or they've passed their deadline as well. So it's really going to automate the entire process.
And so this will establish a trail that indeed a grievance was filed and that there was some action taken on it, I assume?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. And then on the backside at the end, the employee will get a written notification from the investigative team, whoever that may be, addressing the grievance and the resolution at that time. And it'll all be housed in their case number file.
So it does, to me, if it will do that, it does sound like it's supporting our employees, giving them some support.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Smith?
My question is, we'll just go back to what possibly what you said about the principals as well as the superintendent. Dr. Rodriguez, at what point will this program have functions that will allow you to know as a superintendent that their grievances have been filed?
Mr. Smith, they're still going through an RFP. Is that correct, Matt?
Yes, sir.
So I wouldn't be able to answer that question at this juncture.
Well, I would hate to purchase a program that would not allow you as a superintendent to not be notified whenever there are grievances to be filed, because grievances are potentially lawsuits. So
they definitely are.
So, right. So that's why it concerns me that if you're not notified of the grievances, the program is not notifying you, then that gives me that will give me a bit of concerns.
Yes, certainly.
That's why the question.
I understand.
Okay. And just to piggyback off.
Can I address that, Mr. Smith?
Sure. Go ahead.
Sure. Typically, when we do an implementation and on the other systems that we've done as well, when we establish the users, we establish users as a super user, maybe as a standard user, or as an employee user. And within those different that framework, they're given certain rights and responsibilities that they can see and functions that they can do. Typically, we would probably give the superintendent the right so that he can be notified whenever a grievance is submitted. He would be able to receive that as an email or as I imagine even in today's society, even as a text message.
Okay, thanks for the clarification, because I do remember when you brought this in the operations committee, I do remember you saying that the highest level of handling grievances was at HR director, that's the highest authority that the grievances go. I do remember you saying that.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. And so that's why I'm asking, because I noticed that the superintendent were not involved in grievances.
That's correct.
Right. And so with that being said, that brought me a little concern that the superintendent didn't handle grievances. So I just want to make sure that if he's not handling them, that he does know about the grievances that are partaking in this district.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And Mrs. Walton, do you have anything to add? Maybe something that we did not share that you would want us to know?
This process?
Yes, ma'am.
I think the most important thing to me is, in terms of implementing a system like this, it creates a comfort level for employees so that they know they have a system that they can go and file a grievance, file a complaint. No one knows about it. It belongs to them. And it creates some confidentiality for them, because a lot of times employees might have complaints, but they're afraid to step up in fear of retaliation. And what we try to do as an organization is to create a comfortable working environment so that employees know that we are here to support them. And if they have a complaint, we want to hear about it. So we want to make the process easy for them. We want it to make it friendly for them. And we also want them to understand that if it's there, we will handle it.
Thank you.
Ms. Orshak?
Thank you. Just a comment and a question. The board committee, our policy committee, recently developed a policy that would, a proposed policy, it hasn't been approved yet, but how the board would manage any future grievances or complaints lodged against the board. And so as my comment, we would just have to review that policy to make certain that the wording of it aligns with this automated delivery that's being proposed tonight. So that's just a suggestion. And we can do that at our next policy meeting when we review policies. But should employees find a certain action that the board took, for example, that it negatively impacts their employment, we've already set a precedent. They certainly can come forward and grieve the board. So is there any opportunity for the board to have access to any complaints that would come forward, bubble up from employees, pointed toward the board based on board actions that they perceive negatively impacted their employment?
I think I can respond to that, Ms. Orshak. If this system allows for an employee to file a grievance, to file a complaint, and it also allows for us to do an investigation. And one of the things we always tell employees is, we will keep your grievance as confidential as possible. So that means if you are filing a complaint against someone, we have to let that individual know what your complaint is. So if a grievance is filed against the board, yes, we would have to share that with you in just the sheer duties of doing a complete investigation so that everyone gets due process.
So a follow-up question, if I may. Would the board be presented with documentation directly from this automated system? How would that go with a new updated system such as this?
I'm going to venture to say, I probably can't answer that specifically, but I can say that usually if there are documents that are provided to us by one grievant against another, those documents are not shared with the person that's being grieved against. We will question in the course of the investigation the information that we have, but we won't share those documents.
Yeah, and I'd like to say that it won't happen again to the board, but again, there is precedence, and it certainly could. And
it could.
I'd like to think that our board will be better prepared next time, and certainly we're headed in the right direction in looking at a proposed policy. But we'll also need to understand what it specifically means for the board, this new automated system, and how that would work for the board in any future events that might occur. So that's something we'll have to look at the board level, I suppose. Thank you, Alice.
Okay.
Mr. Dowling?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alice, this is a tracking system, right? It's going to show where a grievance is in the chain of events. That's more or less what it does, correct?
Correct.
All right. So it's not influencing the resolution of a grievance. It's just making sure that people do it and
That's
that
correct.
everybody knows it. Okay. I think the concept is sound. But boy, my alarm bell just went off when I heard you say that when someone files a grievance and has documents submitted, that you will not share them with the respondent. Does that conflict with the concept of due process?
I would say no, because we share what that document contains.
Okay, I think that our in-house counsel ought to be involved in that determination, honestly.
Okay.
Mr. Smith?
It was ironic that he was saying that. My question was, to what degree do we get our in-house counsel involved in grievances? Mrs. Walton?
That all depends, Mr. Smith. It depends on the grievance and the level of the grievance.
Okay, so but she didn't get a report, and she's not involved hands-on with grievances.
Not all grievances, no. It depends on the if the grievance is egregious and laws are broken outside of our ARs, then we bring in legal counsel.
Got you. Now, also, I have another question. With the function of this program, how, if there's a grievance filed on the superintendent, how will this program or how would the process allow the board to get the grievance? How would that take place? Or would you deal with that?
No, I wouldn't deal with a grievance filed against the superintendent. I would not. So I guess as the board works through its policy, then that would be something that you all would need to include and instruct us on how that works for you, because the superintendent is not considered one of our employees. He is your employee.
So, my question will be: there will be no way that if a grievance is passed down on the if a grievance is made on the superintendent, there's no way that the grievance can come to the chair of the board or come to every member of the board. There can't be a part of the system that if a grievance is made on the superintendent, then it comes to the board immediately, because we do have 10 days to work on that as well. That can't be a function of this program. So when everyone will get that grievance, all board members.
If a grievance comes through on the superintendent, I will pass it to the board chair, whichever the board deems necessary.
Okay, so but it will definitely come to you first, and then you will pass it on.
It will come to me because it will come to me as a super user in the system. That's the reason it would come to me if an employee filed it. And at that point, I would turn it over to the chair or the board, whichever you deem necessary.
Also, I'm gonna make this comment. I have a bit of concern of the function of this program a little bit within the notion of how the process as well is taking place, because I just don't see it being fair to deal with these functions and that the highest level of dealing with grievances is the HR director versus the superintendent when the superintendent is in charge. So basically we are forcing people to go and get an attorney after talking to the director, because it seemed like it was stated today that the HR director is the last step. So if the HR director is the last step, then the superintendent almost. I'm really not sure that I think that is something that needs to be looked at. I mean that's a board function. So and my question is to the chair. Who should we give that to look at, or how should we move on that?
So what's your question?
I have my concern is that the highest level of dealing with HR of dealing with grievances at this time is at the HR director's level.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think we're getting pretty far afield here. We're talking about the grievance process and projected grievance policy, when all Mrs. Walton is presenting to us is a tracking system for whatever the process is. It's going to show where in the process it's at.
I concur.
And I don't think that the agenda calls for a discussion on the grievance process.
Well, Madam Chair, I was wondering within this process, if we're having a process of tracking grievances, then if the grievances are not tracked and dealt with by our solely employee as we state, then that's concerning. So I'm tracking the process, and in the process, all the arrows aren't adding up to me. That's just my personal opinion. I have some concerns there. You can rule on it, but I still stand by what I just said.
All right, well, we've already heard too that the policy committee is going to bring forward, or has already developed, the grievance policy, so that they could include that, your concern in that, Mr. Smith. All right, Mr. Earl Campbell.
Yes, let me see if I understand this right. Do we want to see the number of grievances, or do we want to see individual grievances? I don't think that's in our ballpark. If somebody have a grievance and they're not satisfied with it, they're probably going to file a lawsuit anywhere, So, I think for me, I would like to know the number of grievances we receive and how is it handled. But I don't think as a board member, we should be getting involved in that deeply in this. And they're setting up a system to do that. Am I right? Miss Walton, am I correct?
Mr. Campbell, I would say normally,
right,
grievances are kept close to the vest, and you create an environment where employees feel safe to file a grievance.
Mm-hmm.
If you get to the point where you begin to publish, distribute, and let everybody know what grievance has been filed,
right,
then employees are going to back off of filing grievances.
Okay, yeah.
So, we can do whatever the board desires us to do, but in the normal range of HR policies,
right,
and in protection of your staff, you try to create that comfort level so that they don't feel, well, it's no use because all they're going to do is just blast me out. So
right,
that's how I see it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Dowling?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to repeat my concern. The agenda does not call for a discussion of the grievance process in any shape or form. It's a presentation around what your tracking system is. I asked the chair to keep the conversation within that realm.
Do you have anything further, Mr. Let's see, Crawford?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Strivenger? I guess you, or the HR said you were going to do the other part too, the COVID-19 impact on employees.
Yes, yes, we will.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
David is muted and he's talking and he doesn't know that he's muted.
Am I okay?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yeah, this next one was a request from Mr. Dowling that we get a summary of the impact of COVID-19 on the employees. So that's the lead in, Ms. Wolf.
Okay, thank you. What we've done here, board members, is when this request came in, we started to communicate with each other in our areas of responsibility to figure out what had we had to do differently, what had we had to stop doing, did we have to do more of one thing and less of the other. So we're taking a wide 35,000 point view at HR and the HR functions and our employees. So generally speaking, and the major impacts that we saw, and everything stems out of these major impacts. And that is, there's a genuine concern from our staff and our teachers about returning to school, returning face-to-face, and they're really kind of on edge about that. And it's going to take some time for us to work through where we are. We're going to make things safe for them, but we also in that process had an open door for them to communicate their fears with us without fear of retaliation. And then we also provided for them some options as to what they could do if they had legitimate health concerns. They were providing health care for children or spouses or parents that would put them in a high-risk situation if they were exposed. So we set up the system to have employees apply for special accommodations. And we did this no differently than we would for any person applying for accommodations under the ADA law. So currently, out of the 2,900 employees, and out of those 1,791 being teachers, we've received 168 applications for special accommodations. And at this point, to date, we've approved 131 of those applications. And those accommodations made the request for virtual instructions. And principals have been very accommodating. They have worked their schedule so those teachers could be designated as virtual teachers. Of course, you know, now we're all virtual, but when we return, when we re-enter, there are going to be 131 people who have accommodations not to re-enter the building. So that was an impact. The second impact is there is a real need for our teachers to have some form of childcare provided for them, because they're going to be back at school. They're going to have their children, be virtual or not, that need to have childcare. So we committed to looking at providing some form of childcare for our teachers. And we're exploring those opportunities, but we have not made a decision yet. We are close to deciding yes or no, but we have not made those decisions yet. And then we looked at retention, retirement, resignations. Did that really affect, did COVID-19 affect our retirements? Did it affect our resignations? So we looked at the last 3 years. In the year of 2018, 2019, that school year, we had a total of combined resignations, retirements, and others of 299 people. For the 2019-2020 school year, we had a total combined resignations and retirements of 264 people. And this year, the combined resignations and terminations are at 189. So you can see our numbers have gone down a little bit. We're not as high as we were last year for resignations and retirements. So that impact, and keep in mind, this was done August 27th. This is a fluid number. This number could change when our position changes. So we're going to be hopeful that we're going to stay at this number. And then the question is, how are we going to look at subs coming up for this school year when we go back face to face? We're still going to use subs, but we have opted to slate subs, and we're going to call them permanent building subs. Subs will be assigned to a building, and a building only, so that the teachers, the students, and the staff there will deal with only those few subs that are assigned to that building. So it keeps the exposure down, and it keeps the comfort level of the staff that's in the building up. So with that being said, that's the general overview of how we saw the impact. So I have 7 staff members here, and they're going to talk very briefly about their areas of responsibilities and what changes they've had to make during this trying time. So we're going to begin with Reggie, and he's going to let you know about our hiring season and how we made all of this happen, and it was totally different this year. So I'm going to turn it over to Reggie now. Reggie?
He's muted.
Gotcha. Thank you, Rob. Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Reggie Dees. I am the Director of Personnel for the Beaufort County School District. The hiring season was very different this year. We, instead of bringing all of our new employees to the district office and providing them an orientation, the orientations occurred virtually, and they were very successful with the input of the entire HR team. We had approximately 14 virtual orientations that started in June, ended around the first week of August. We signed up as many teachers, teachers and both classified and certified personnel during the orientation. This summer, we hired over 200 teachers. I believe it's around 215 to be exact, during the orientations. Immediately after the orientations, the teachers had an opportunity to sign up through technology to pick up their devices, their technology devices, so that they can communicate with the staff, with the principal, as quickly as possible. Ms. McGann is going to talk about this a little bit later, but we contracted with Proximity Learning, which is a virtual online platform that allows us to hire a certified teacher to teach our students until we can find a hired teacher to fill the vacancies in some of the hard to fill areas. We have a current commitment to a semester with Proximity Learning that could possibly extend to a full year if we can't fill the vacancy. We'll make that decision based on the outcome at the end of the semester. Currently, we have teachers. We have Proximity Learning looking for teachers at Ladies Island Middle School for a math position, Robert Smalls Middle School for ELA position, H.E. McCracken Middle School for a math position, Ware Branch Middle School for ELA position, and we're also looking at Hilton Head High School and Hilton Head Middle School sharing a Chinese teacher. It takes approximately 1 week to 2 weeks to bring these teachers on board. I spoke with the gentleman, the representative today, and they have already reached out to the principals of the schools and had a brief orientation with them about their needs and bringing these teachers on board. Thank you.
Good evening. Jill? Yes. Good evening, board. My name is Jill McCadden. I'm the recruiter for the school district. My report to you this evening will be short and sweet. Obviously, the recruiting season changed drastically in March. All of our trips were canceled. We were able to get refunds. My recruiting techniques went to the phone, went to the computer, FaceTime, any way I could get a hold of people. And the great news is everybody was available to talk on the phone. So my phone time was up considerably. My travel time was down. This is the first year that we have started a school year with 0 special ed vacancies. I have to give some prop to Juliet White, who helped me very much get on top of folks immediately when they applied for a job. We were on top of it right away. The students at colleges and universities also had to change their way of interfacing, if you will, with districts. So the relationships that we have built with our present teachers who have just completed their first year, their comments about our district, their positive comments about our district to their colleagues back at the colleges and universities have paid off for us. The last thing that I worked on this year is something that I called cohort hiring. So if I found a great math teacher in Pennsylvania who desperately wanted to get out of the snow, I was in conversation with them about bringing another educator who is as strong and kind of pitching it as it's more fun to move with another person, or it's certainly more affordable to move with another person and kind of split everything down the middle. So we did get a lot of cohort hires. And as of August 28th, we opened the school year with 2 elementary classroom positions open, 5 middle school classrooms open, and 2 high school classrooms opened, as reported to you with the minutes. As of September 15th, our elementary openings were still at 2, middle went down to 4, and high school went down to 1. Those are classroom positions. Outside of the classrooms, the specialist or auxiliary classes, if you will, chorus, PE, we have 2 of those at the elementary, 3 at the middle school, and 0 in high school as of August 28th. September 15th, we had 2 at the elementary, 3 at the middle, and 2 at the high school. These numbers, as Ms. Walton stated earlier, are fluid. We watch this every day, look for new applicants every day. And the moment a new applicant hits our pool, I am on the phone with them. So this is my report on how the COVID has impacted the recruiting season. Thank you.
And I'm Dale Crawford. I'm a Human Resources Officer. And one of the areas that I was responsible for during the pandemic was to ensure that the onboarding process went smoothly. We changed it this year. Instead of waiting, in the past, we used to wait until the new employees came to face-to-face orientation in order to clear all their documents and make sure that everything was in order to get them into the system. This year, prior to all of our new hires attending an virtual orientation, we ensured that the documents were completed, they were verified, and we entered them into our pay system to ensure that they were being paid properly. They got all the proper entitlements, and it also enabled the new employee to receive their network login, which enabled them to set up their technology schedule as well, which really helped a lot for the new teachers. Ms. Walton?
I'm going to just interject here with Mr. Crawford. We hired 229 employees this summer. And all of that, as they said, was done virtually. And we met with no one in person. Technology really stepped up to the plate and created a face-to-face system pickup for them to receive their technology. Miss Staten went into the media center and roped off spaces based on DHEC and social distancing. And in that entire media center, to give you some perspective, we could only get 9 people in that room at one time to pick up their equipment. So you know that technology was working 2 to 3 days a week to get 329 people with technology. I'm going to turn it over to Kiki. You can talk to us about the kinds of support and the anguish that our teachers might be facing and what we offer for them at the district level.
Thank you, Alice. So I am here to share with you about the supports. We've done a lot of work this summer in preparation for students returning virtually, and a lot of focus has been placed on the social and emotional needs of students, but we also recognize that our staff also has those same social and emotional needs. So we are going to be sharing self-care strategies and different outlets that teachers can have, but we also want to be sure that staff understand that we have partnered with Hope Performance Systems to provide a discounted rate for mental health services that is also available to the immediate family of those staff members. So we've got a partnership that provides us the mental health support, but then we're also going to be providing social and emotional supports for staff. We also have through HR the ability for staff members to be referred directly from HR for mental health services for different types of assessments if there comes a need during the course of their employment. So what we're doing is just making sure that we're taking care of employees while we're working to take care of our students. We recognize that COVID has had a significant impact on the community, and returning into the building brings a lot of anxiety. So we want to do all that we can to support our staff.
Thank you. Rosella?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosella Robinson. I'm one of the benefits administrators with the district office. How COVID impacted the benefits department this year. This year, as they said, we didn't meet anybody face-to-face. Everything was done virtual. So with the assistance from our third-party enroller, Ward Services, approximately 292 employees, new hires, were seen, were talked to. They enrolled for the health insurance, their retirement, online, everything completely online this year. And again, that was with the assistance of our third-party enroller, Ward Services. Also, starting as of today, again, because of the COVID impact, every year during open enrollment season, open enrollment starts officially October 1st through October 31st. We've gotten a head start on that because everything, again, is going to be done virtually online with the assistance. And today was day 1 of the rollout for that. And as of about 5:30 this afternoon, we've already had 20 employees that have gone out there and completed their open enrollment changes just online. So this has been an impact for us. It was challenging, but we stood the course. Thank you.
Hey, this is Jennifer Staten. I'm the risk manager. I wanted to tell you a little bit more about how we processed accommodations. We used our existing processes for the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Family Medical Leave Act, and then we expanded it for COVID-19. We considered any condition where the employee's medical provider indicated they were at an increased risk for serious illness from COVID-19. We also considered requests for medically sensitive household members and those with childcare issues. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about COVID-19 tracking. We have developed kind of a real-time system where we keep track of where we're at in the district. as far as employees and students that have tested positive for COVID-19, those with COVID-19 systems, and those that have been notified as close contacts. So Denise Unruh and I, who's the nursing coordinator, we do the most of the population. People are requested to report any of those things to us. We also, Denise gets reports from DHEC, and then we share this with senior staff. And then anytime we get an incident where there's more than one person, so 2 or more, we contact senior staff directly and let them know. Thanks.
And I'm Matthew Hunt, once again joining you. I'm one of the lead district mentors, and I work through the HR department. The goal of the mentoring induction program in the human resources department is to support and retain teachers. Our primary focus is supporting and retaining brand new teachers, those who are new to the field, but trying to work through Kiki and trying to work through Jennifer. We want to support all teachers to make sure, because even veteran teachers have needs, and so they call upon us periodically, and we are then able to refer them to places that they can get support and assistance. One of our initiatives last year was to train all assistant principals as mentors. And so that's one of the things that we completed. And we did that in order that they would have the skills to provide social, emotional, physical, and instructional support in their buildings. Currently, there are 4 lead district mentors. So there are 3 other colleagues along with me at the district office. We have 10 retired mentors who come to help as well. And then we also have over 700 trained building mentors in the 32 schools throughout the district. And I should add that Riverview Charter School also has trained mentors as well, and so does ACE. And we provide support, individualized support, to over 200 brand new teachers that we have currently on the rosters this year. And how do we do that? Well, we continue providing feedback after we meet with them and watch Zoom classes to determine criteria based on the teaching rubric. We also send notes. We stop by the buildings periodically and meet with them face to face. And we also gather for seminars online, and we meet individually with the teachers as an on-demand basis.
Thank you, Matt. Mr. Stribinger, this ends our report.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. I just want to comment that the thing that jumps out, and it jumped out when you gave us this at the Operations Committee, is that there is a whole lot of effort to put the teachers first. There's a whole lot of support here. There's a whole lot of folks that had to adapt, just like teachers, to make sure that this support was delivered. And that's the thing that jumped out, and that's what I want to thank you all for. Because as you all know, without the teachers, there's no need for the rest of us. So we need this kind of support. And a lot of times I don't think folks see this, because you all, you know, are not flashy folks, and you don't get out there in the press, but you know, you're doing this quietly, and this is what needs to be done. So I thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stribinger.
Colonel Geyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo what Mr. Stribinger said. Congratulations on really doing a superb job in very trying times. You know, this pandemic has caused a fundamental change in how America does business. It's hurt the airlines, but it has made us very efficient by using technology to make contacts. And I hope that we are capturing lessons learned from this and see how in the future, when we get back to normal, we can use some of the things that we have learned to be more efficient in how we contact and how we deal with folks. So please look at that as we go forward, to continue to see best practices and see how those best practices can be used in the future. But thank you very much for an outstanding job.
Thank you, Mr. Geyer.
Tricia Fidrich.
Thank you, Dr. Glods. Ms. Walton, I heard those words like understanding the anguish of teachers and the need to support teachers. and all we can do to support our staff. So I'm going to ask you a specific question about support. When we go back face to face, which will be a logistical nightmare for teachers online, teachers in classroom, and so on, but I have great faith it can be done. There are going to be some teachers that will have students in their classes, and they will also have students attending those classes virtually. How are we going to support those teachers? Accelerated Ed, one of the recommendations on page 33 says, the best practices are that you do not have teachers in the classroom with students also teaching children online at the same time. So are you going to be very generous in your allocation of building substitutes so they can be brought into the classroom to help? Or is this proximity learning that Mr. Dees suggested using, are we going to be able to get some additional certified subs to help alleviate this problem? Because I can tell you there's a lot of anguish out there about having to teach children face-to-face and teach children that are attending those classes virtually.
So, Mrs. Frederick, I can begin my answer with, our goal is to not require teachers to do both. We will do whatever we need to do as a district to make sure that we support them in that. We have a good partnership with ESS and proximity learning so that we can bring extra teachers in for those virtual positions. We are working closely with Source for Teachers, ESS, to bring in extra subs. So our goal is not to have teachers doing both virtual and face-to-face. It is difficult enough to do one. And that's how we're going to approach it.
Thank you very, very much.
Melvin Campbell.
Thank you. I applaud the effort, but I'm concerned with us getting on the front end of the possibility for mental anguish. And what I mean by that is, are we encouraging the sites to do some proactive things, some things that create laughter and life in the experiences that the teachers are having at this time? And everybody is tense and very tight in terms of making sure the performance is adequate. And I'm sure, teachers are getting a letter or words from parents here and there. What are we doing to keep them happy and at the school sites, probably where it needs to be encouraged, but what are the principals doing? There's no after hours now. What can we do, during the day, or, something virtual that would, create laughter? And that's what I would encourage us to look at from an administrative standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. And I'm going to ask Kiki to jump in on this. She is very astute at what she does in support. I'll have to say she's one of the best that I've ever seen. She can look at a situation and determine that we need to provide this support. So if you are asking us to go out and make sure we get some things done at the district, the school level, we will be more than happy to sit with principals and maybe come up with some suggestions. Kiki, you want to chime in?
Sure, I'd be glad to. And thank you for that compliment. Thank you, Alice. I do want to say, we've done a lot of work, and the focus primarily was on students, I'll be honest with you, with regards to the social and emotional needs of students. But we recognize the social emotional needs of our staff. And so we have put together resources through a Google Drive that have been shared with administrators. But we will continue to do the work necessary to make sure that we create an environment where everyone feels safe and supported, where our staff have those moments where they can just let their hair down and breathe, just to kind of step away from the work for a second and just enjoy the moment of what we get to pour into our students every day. So we recognize that you can't pour from an empty vessel, so it's our responsibility to do the work to try to help fill that vessel.
and we'll commit to doing that. So thank you for sharing that, Mr. Campbell, and we'll get to work on that.
Yeah, I'd make a further comment on that, that will also build a site-based camaraderie that probably is missing during this COVID-19 time period. Teachers just don't get a chance to talk to each other and do other things. So maybe,
well, I have had, sorry for that. I have had some administrators that have reached out and shared some of the different strategies that they do for team building and just creating that environment where everyone feels excited to be back and trying to build that excitement. So we have some work that's being done, but I'm sure that there's a lot more that we can do, and we'll commit to doing that.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Ms. Orshak?
Anybody on our HR panel can answer this tonight, but up at the high school level, the middle school level, and the elementary level, give me a ballpark number what our largest potential virtual class might include student-wise.
Reggie, I think you can respond to that and talk about state requirements that we have to follow.
Yes, ma'am. The max in the class size for high school, middle school is 35, but it depends on the if it's a content course, a core content course, or a related arts course. I am currently checking on every high school to see what the numbers are and having a conversation with those principals to make sure that we get those numbers down, because that is an accreditation concern. They have to have those numbers down after day 10, around day 10, and then we start looking at the information again at an accreditation standpoint to make sure that all the numbers are balanced across the district.
That's good, Reggie. It sounds like you're on it. I had spoken with one high school teacher who had upwards of that 30, what did you say, 35?
Yes, ma'am.
So,
I believe we spoke with the same teacher, and she shared her concern, and I told her we'd jump on it. I think they're working on it.
Excellent. Thank you. How about at the middle and elementary level? What are their high-end numbers, and are they regulated by at the state level?
They are. I haven't heard anything about the numbers being above normal for the elementary and maybe the middle school. I just had some concerns about a couple high schools. So everything, I believe everybody else is well balanced. But I will double check tomorrow to make sure.
Thanks, Reggie.
Mr. Smith?
Can you tell me what would be the significant difference in our retirees? The people who resigned versus last year versus this year, what would be the distinctive difference?
Mr. Smith, if you will clarify that a bit for me, you're looking at the retirees?
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking at the retiree, the people. Excuse me, the people who resigned as a whole. The people who resigned from last year to this year.
What's the difference?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, last year we had 230 to resign. This year we have 161.
Right, but what do we think? What made the difference of declining this year versus the decline in last year?
I would like to say, Mr. Smith, that we're just such a great district that they didn't want to leave. And we are stepping up our efforts to retain our teachers, and it's paying off. And thank you so much for the locality supplement.
No problem. Also, I have another question. I noticed that Mr. D said that that we trained 215 people. I mean that he trained 215 people, but at the bottom total we have 189. Did we create 35 new positions?
No, we're not creating 35 new positions. We're going into the year with some vacant positions that we didn't fill for last year. And then we also have new allocations for schools that through growth earned more positions. So that's where those extra positions came in. We did not create any new positions to add to the 139. We can't do that because when you approve the budget, you approve us with specific number of staff, and we cannot go outside of what you've approved us for.
Well,
So
thanks for clarification. There were just so much different numbers thrown around this afternoon. I was kind of stumbled on, kind of wondering a little bit on a couple of them. That's where that came from.
Okay.
Because you said that was it 229 or was it 329?
It was 329 totally that we hired, but that includes classified staff as well.
And that's what I was going to ask you. That's what I was going to ask you too, because I'm always concerned about classified staff. I've heard a lot about teachers, but let me remind everyone that we can't do it without classified staffs. I mean, when you look at the head of the buildings, as in the district office, majority of those people we have on this line right today, on your panel, is classified staff. So teachers, assistants, bus drivers, they are just as valued as we value our teachers. We definitely can't forget them, and I would be remiss if I didn't say that, because my mom was definitely a classified staff, so I recognize how important they are, because classified staff, we just can't do it without them. So I appreciate
agree with
as
you.
well.
I agree with you 100%, Mr. Smith.
Yes, ma'am. I definitely appreciate those as well. Since Mr. Scrivenger, he did acknowledge the teachers, but yes, ma'am. Also, I have one more question. I noticed that Miss Jennifer Staten is on the team. Actually, no, Mrs. Walton. Maybe this question is for Dr. Rodriguez. I was going to ask, who does Mrs. Staten report to?
Ms. Staten reports to Ms. Walton.
Okay, well, Dr. Rodriguez, if you don't mind, because I was looking at the original chart, I see you also haven't updated it since we've gotten Dr. Bradley. Would you mind doing this an update chart as soon as possible?
Yes, sir. That would be fine.
Because I was just wondering. I was just wondering about a lot of people, and I kind of try to go off the chart to understand who does what, and so I can ask my questions or figure out when I get phone calls from parents. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Robine?
I'd just like to remind the board that we're supposed to end at 9:15 and it's 8:30, and we've got quite a lot of things to cover.
Thank you. Mr. Earl Campbell?
Yes, I was just going to make that same comment. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I can take 2 seconds to do a group hug, if you don't mind. I just want to thank my HR team. I think they're the best ever. They work very hard. It is not one thing that they are asked to do that they don't do, and they do it without griping. That's the reason we can work so efficiently. Being down 17 people, we can get the job done because we work as a team. Thank you so much, guys, and thank you for your being with us tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Congratulations to your team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dowling?
You're muted, John.
Yeah.
Okay. Process question to Kathy's point. Are we going to let the time that we've set determine our work, or are we going to do our work and then as long as it takes?
Well, Mr. Dowling, we do have a motion that passed in August that says our meetings end or recess at 9:15. So we do have to consider that policy, sir.
Oh, I guess that's one of the few that we do consider. Okay, very good. So we can take a motion though later to extend the time if we wish, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Orshak?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Do we need a motion at the 9:15 hour? We extended it last evening without a motion, and I was just wondering what was necessary. But thank you for clarifying.
Exactly.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Thank you. And Ms. Walton, thank you and your team for your report. And thank you for demonstrating the importance of building culture with your team here today. So I appreciate that. Today on the superintendent's report, we'll start with the first week of school update. And as you know, the first week of school was certainly non-traditional with a full virtual start here in Beaufort County. But consistent with traditional first weeks of school was the opportunity for our teachers to connect with students, to begin to set expectations and establish systems and routines for the courses that they teach and the students that they have. We have to date filled over 451 requests for those MiFi devices. So the requests that have come in have been filled, and we continue to fill them as they come in. So we will continue to do that. Our current total enrollment is 21,400, and we continue to enroll students. In the second half of the week, we began administering diagnostic assessments because the information garnered from these assessments is really important for our teachers to have on hand. That'll help them identify strengths and areas for improvement that our students have in order to better address their needs. Our teachers were excited to reconnect with students and to begin forging relationships with them. I visited schools throughout the week and saw many teachers teaching from the building and got a chance to watch some of them interacting in some Zoom sessions with students. This week, we began the face-to-face instruction for our low incidence special needs students. And I believe Dr. White is with us today. And I will ask Dr. White at this time to share a few words about how that has been going the last couple of days.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
That's been going very well. It was very exciting. I don't know if you all got to view the brief recording that Ron Lopes made for the opening of school. It really captured the spirit of how excited the kids and the teachers and the paraprofessionals were to have the students back in the classroom. I can tell you that we had about just about all the students who were scheduled to come in did make it in. And even a few others that originally had said no are now going to be joining the group either tomorrow or next Monday as well. I want to say a special thank you though to transportation, Mr. Black and his team, as well as Mr. Patra and his team in student nutrition for really coming together and making sure that transportation was taken care of and that the appropriate meals, especially with a lot of our students who have special dietary needs, were also met. So just thank them for really making sure that it was successful. I got to visit all the classrooms with the exception Hilton Head classrooms, which are on my schedule tomorrow. Safety protocols were being followed. The majority of the students were wearing masks, and those that did have some concerns there were social stories. Teachers were increasing and using social stories to make sure they build a tolerance of that. And so that's going very well. Overall, it was a good start. I will tell you that we have done a great thing for students with disabilities, so much so that the rest of the state is watching us. And I've even gotten a couple of calls from my colleagues in other districts and how did you do it? All our kids can come back to school safely at some point as well. Are there any specific questions you may have?
Mr. Earl Campbell?
I was going to refer this to Dr. Stratus. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'll wait. Go ahead.
You'll wait. Okay. Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you. Dr. White, thank you so much. Could you just give us a number? How many students did we serve face-to-face this week?
Yes, so we were scheduled to have approximately 150. And of that 150, I would say we had about 145 on either day. We had a couple that didn't make it for one reason or the other.
Great, thank you. And kudos to you and all your special education team.
You're welcome, thank you.
Okay, I want to take a moment and also recognize our tech coaches and technology staff that are out hitting the ground running at school centers and school sites, working hard to make sure that our students have what they need, and that in the way of devices, and that they're functioning, that there are we have staff at depots that our technology team has put together in different areas around the county in order to facilitate students getting their technology needs met as well. So the other area on the superintendent's report is an update on staffing from Ms. Walton, but Ms. Walton's presentation earlier covered essentially what she was going to cover under this particular area. So I will ask Ms. Crosby at this time to begin with her portion on the monthly transparency report. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Campbell. Yes, I'm sorry. You have a question for Dr. Stratos.
Right.
Yes, go ahead.
My question is, what initiative do you have for this New Year's school regarding the disparity of our Black male? I know this came up at sometime last year. I think it was at a committee meeting. Have y'all set up any initiative as far for that?
So actually, Mr. Campbell, we have done 2 initiatives that we've been working on. We work with a group of young men, actually African-American administrators, one from Louisiana, another from inner city Philadelphia, and actually a third gentleman from New York City, working with our administrators first. At these young men first telling their stories in order to heighten our administrators' understanding of how others may feel. I pulled myself out of those meetings. They were facilitated by membership of my division and Dr. Campbell, so that our principals didn't feel as if a supervisor was watching them. A second initiative that we've already started is pulling the information on students in MTSS based on behavior and academics, targeting African-American males. And we have a group of identified 68 young men that we would like to get them put together in where we may be knocking on your doors to ask you to come tell your stories to these young men in order to help giving them some direction. And a simple element, Mr. Campbell, is hope.
I was glad to do that. I will have no problem with that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Now, one more question.
Yes, sir.
Who at these schools, who select parents liaison? Does that come to Ms. Walton or it come to you?
Well, actually not myself. So if it's a Title I funded parent liaison, that would be at the principal's discretion, and and working with Terry Bennett for the line item, and Denise Matthews, who does our Title I budgeting. But that normally would be at a principal's discretion, and actually through HR if they meet the qualifications.
Okay, the reason I asked that because the Well Branch Elementary and the middle school does not have a parent liaison, and they used to in the past. So
yeah, so if they were funding it through title, that would be at their discretion to maintain that position.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Crosby.
Okay, good evening. We have 3 items under the fiscal responsibility area of the superintendent's report: monthly transparency report, monthly $100,000 purchases and contracts over $100,000 report, and the board monthly budget report. Are there any specific questions on the transparency report?
Ms. Stidrich?
Thank you, Dr. Watts. Thank you, Ms. Crosby. I just had one question on the transparency report. Sprinkled throughout the report, there are references to purchases, and it says in parentheses, private school. Yes. That is in several places, and I was just surprised to see it, but, you know, so what does that mean?
Okay. These are actually purchases with CARES Act funds. We are required by law to provide a portion of our CARES Act funding to private schools. We had them submit applications for those that were interested in participating, and 8 schools have participated. We were not allowed to allocate those funds to schools, but instead we were required to make the purchases on their behalf. So we purchased the item, they submitted their requests, we made the purchases, the deliveries were made to us, and then it was our responsibility to make those deliveries to private schools.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay. Moving right along to the $100,000 report.
Just a minute, please, because I think a couple put up their hands a little.
Sure.
And I'm not sure it's for this report or the next one. Mr. Strivenger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's for this report. And just to follow up on Ms. Fidrich's question. Is that a state mandate or a federal mandate? And the reason I'm asking is I just saw that there was a court decision that the money should not be going to private schools. So I'm not sure how that affects us.
That was a federal directive from the U.S. Department of Education, and those that was early on. And so those decisions have been, that decision prompted the application, the meeting with the private schools, and then the purchases ensued immediately following that. So I have not seen that ruling, but I'll certainly get with our legal counsel and other grants office staff to assess where we are on that and if what steps we should take to address that.
Yeah, that was at the state level. So if this was federal, it doesn't affect it, which is why I asked. Thanks. And that ruling just came down, I think, yesterday. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Smith?
My question would be, what kind of purchases are those?
There are a variety of purchases, particularly they have to be COVID related. So they could be personal protective equipment, they could be computers, they could be any materials or software systems. So it's a variety of purchases that would be made. So the description of them should be on these lists. So if we have any okay, at the very bottom of this page 2 is Amazon, PPE supplies, hand sanitizer, private school. And so that is Fund 220, that's the CARES Act fund. So that's one example there of the purchases that are being made.
What page number is that?
That's page number 2. The page number is at the top left-hand corner of the page. If you look earlier, there is also some rolling laptop carts on this page as well, other lap desks for students. So it's a variety of things that are addressed directly for COVID related.
Thank you. I was just shocked. I was just shocked. I was just wondering what type of things that they might be purchasing. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Tanya.
Okay. The monthly $100,000 report is, I think we're bringing that up now, but I just wanted to point out a couple of items on this report and things that stuck out to me that I'll just go ahead and mention. So in particular, at the top of the check section, the applied data technologies, you'll see, so you see the blue bar and toward the bottom of the screen, and it says checks. Applied data is where we purchase our laptops, and they manage the repairs, help desk repair tickets as well for our laptops. So the first 5 items were for teacher laptop refresh, student device refresh. So there were a number of teacher laptop refreshes this year. And then the student devices I noticed are at Hilton Head High, May River High, and Bluffton High. Those are all purchased. The date was July 31st. And so the remaining high schools were purchased on the following day in August. So you're going to see those on next month's report. So I just wanted to make sure, but those are for our high schools. They were due for a technology refresh this year. We are still awaiting those devices. So they will be received, I'm told, in October. So just following down, basically the majority of the report is our normal utilities, retirement benefits. You have Edmentum, an instructional software. That's the name of that software, I believe, is ExactPath. So that was a purchase made this year. And we see our standard custodial and maintenance services, as well as number of construction items you'll see there, which is generally 8% and referendum related. And then finally, I'd like to mention on the final page, the contracts and addendums. You'll see the food service management services per board motion and approval. We extended for a 1-year period of time based on the COVID waiver. There is not a dollar amount associated with that addendum on the final page of this report. It is based on the number of meals that are served. So generally each year we serve about 3 million meals on average. And the contract is generally at about $2.80 a meal. The contract is around $8.3 million a year. So that would give you the general amount. So we fell short of that budget by about $465,000 this past year. So we did have a decline in the number of meals due to the closure, even though we do count the meals that are distributed at our bus stops and meal distribution centers. So just want to give you an idea of about the dollar value of that addendum as well. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Looks like we're good.
All right. And finally, the board budget, monthly budget report. So this report is through all from January 1st through September 10th expenditures. There's really kind of 2 areas of note here. The legal services of $6,833, that is those are payments to the lobbyist for their services. And just a tiny bit of travel there. And then later down in the report, the dues that are paid to the South Carolina School Board Association, the $50,400 there is the annual dues paid at the beginning of the year for their policy services, dues, and other legal services that they provide. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions on that item.
Looks like we're good.
All right, that concludes my update. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it brings us to the COVID-19 update. And so the update I want to share with you this week is, I think, really important. This week brings some good news with the declining metrics in that we are continuing to decline and are at medium rating. There has been a consistent and steady trend since August 3rd, really to see significant declines in incident rates from where we were at 616 to where we are now at 194. And so these are reached the lowest numbers that we've seen to date. And I believe, as I've mentioned all along, that we have had a strong desire to return to face-to-face instruction as soon as possible. And I believe we are in a position to transition to face-to-face into a hybrid format on October 5th. At this time, Dr. Bradley would share a little bit about that.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, Madam Chair, members of the board. So yes, I am personally really pleased that we are even in a position to be able to welcome students back into buildings. Clearly, the call was made several weeks ago to begin the year in an all virtual format. And although we've only had 6 full days to implement that model, we are encouraged that DHEC metrics seem to have stabilized, as Dr. Rodriguez mentioned. Very rarely, if ever, do we move forward with any big decision that impacts our schools without engaging our principals. And on the matter of transition, we've asked principals to tell us the timeline that would be most ideal for them to be able to make the switch from one operating model to another. And they have said to us pretty resoundingly that they would need at least a 2-week window to do so, which we believe is reasonable. Don't forget, and I would remind you that all of their energy and time, quite frankly, to date has been put into planning for virtual instruction. So switching to another model requires a review of student schedules, refining protocols, in addition to reacquainting and resocializing teachers into those buildings, and lots of other stuff that we don't always contemplate as laymen. So our plan is to, like Dr. Rodriguez said, bring our students back, but we would do so under what we call an AABB structure, which means that a group of students would attend school for 2 days of live instruction. Then another group of students would attend for live instruction for another 2 days. And on one day, all students would receive virtual instruction. And on the days that students are not receiving live instruction, they would be completing independent work that builds off of what they were exposed to in class. We believe that this is the right approach. We believe that this is the right time. And we look very much forward to executing this plan over the next couple of weeks in partnership with our building leaders. I know that I've said a mouthful, and so I will pause there and entertain any questions that you have.
I think I would like to add before any questions that just as we have touch base with principals, the other component that has been really important was a conversation with our teacher forum to check on that, as well as conversations that we may have had within the building with teachers last week as well, and so during the first week of school. And so what I think I would like to share with you is that that conversation with our teachers and on the teacher forum, because we have a representative there from every school, I felt positive about that conversation in that they also feel that a hybrid component is the way to go at this time.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to hear this news, and I do want to just ask one question with regard to scheduling of the hybrid AABB model. So in some of my talks with various grade level teachers and administrators, one of the conversations was, okay, if we do go hybrid, what does that schedule look like among the different grade levels? Is it going to be uniform throughout the entire district? I think there was a concern at the high school level specifically that they wanted one type of schedule, and there might have been something different at the elementary level. And I know that could create some difficulties for teachers and families. So I just want to make sure that who's making the determination of how that will be implemented at each site, and will that be uniform?
I have spoken certainly with high school representatives, high school principals as well about this very topic, and they have a preference for one day to be the virtual day, and other levels have a preference that's a little different. And so the important thing here, though, is it is important that we are on the same day because some families have students that are in high school and another child that is in middle school, or a child in middle school and one in elementary school, right? And so that consistency becomes important. And so they understand that, and understand that we would be doing that uniformity as a district, where we would have the same virtual day.
Okay, so there would be uniformity throughout all once you do make the determination of how that works. And how does that work for families, though, that do have kids in different schools? So, for example, I might have one child in middle school and she's signed up for the AA schedule. I don't know how that works. So can you explain how that might work? Will parents be given the opportunity to say a preference if they have multiple children in different schools?
No, our intent is to see. The reality is that there's a lot of moving parts to this, which is the issue related to that 2-week window, right? And so what we intend to do is to try to mitigate that issue by using the alphabet as much as possible to determine the A or the BB. And we also recognize that some families are blended families, and in those circumstances, you may not have the same last name, right? And as such, in cases like that, we would need the parents to communicate with the building principals in order to make the adjustment necessary so that they would be on the same day.
Great, thank you very much.
I'd like to ask a few questions since I haven't said very much. So I just want to, make it clear to myself so it's also clear to the public. So in transitioning to an optional hybrid format, the students that would want to remain in virtual could remain in virtual. It sounds like, so it's a 3-day instruction with the teacher, 2 days in the classroom, 1 day virtual. And then the other 2 days are like, I think you used the term independent learning or something like that. So would typically if it was, let's say a math class, so is the teacher going to do the AA, the one virtual day, let's say Wednesday, and then do the BB? Because earlier you stated teachers would not typically be doing both virtual and classroom teaching, but I gather that might have been if they were occurring at the same time, whereas this would be the virtual and the classroom teaching would actually be on different days. So can you clarify that to me?
Dr. Bradley?
Well, yeah, I mean, first of all, I think your summary and understanding of the model is spot on. In this particular instance, the classroom teacher would be facilitating the virtual instruction essentially to all of her students, right? Or all of his students. And so we don't necessarily think that in that particular instance is cumbersome, because all of those students would be taught in a virtual format, whereas the other situation that we're trying to avoid is where teachers would be teaching students simultaneously, virtually, and face-to-face.
All right. That was my big question. Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yes, my concern is safety face-to-face. I mean, it's great we're going to go there, but do we have all of the proper I's and T's dotted and crossed? I remember asking the question earlier, and you said you were not going to use the thermometer or temperature gauge as an item to qualify for the virus. And I wonder how you're going to know from a day-to-day basis, or will you know on a day-to-day basis as students enter the school whether or not they're safe or not, they're healthy or not?
Well, I'll tell you, one of the things that we've done really dating back to the summer, well before the first day of school, is constantly refine our COVID-19 protocols. With regard to our reentry plan to transition from virtual to face-to-face, we have spent a significant amount of time with our nurses and with Mr. Otting and his team to make sure that our protocols, in the event that there is an infection within our buildings, that number one, that everybody within the building is clear about the communications protocols and then the institutional practices that need to be deployed to make sure that those students are appropriately isolated and that they receive the care that they need. In addition to that, obviously DHEC has provided substantial guidance and recommendations on the practices that schools need to implement to keep everyone within the building safe. One of the reasons that we have decided to go with hybrid is because we could obviously have a managed number of students within our buildings that would allow us to appropriately implement social distancing and all of the other safety protocols to keep not just our students, but also our staff members safe. We will not be doing temperature checks, but all of the other protocols that have been articulated by DHEC, we will certainly be implementing, including questioning for everyone who comes into our building around, do they have any symptoms? How are they feeling? Things of that sort that the nurses are well versed on, and as are our principals.
Follow-up question, if I might.
Go ahead.
The discipline. Is that code being changed, or is it being augmented in terms of students who just don't adhere to the instructions? Not congregating together. I mean, I can see that being a common theme, with or without the mask. And what's available for the teachers to assist them in handling that?
So one of the first steps is definitely to work with our students to go ahead and comply with the mask requirement that we have in place. We certainly want to be in a position where we could avoid having to, not, to take any disciplinary action with students regarding that. However, there is another option available for those that don't want to comply with that, and that is a virtual option, right? That is available and continues to be available.
Yeah, Frank. But the reality is that the students you're talking about, or students I'm talking about, in the first place, don't want the virtual because they don't really believe the COVID-19 exists. And just like they go to the beach and congregate, they're going to be in the school congregating. That's where your issue will occur. Yeah. And I'm saying, what do we have in place to address those students?
Yep.
Without putting the whole bunch out, which defeats the purpose.
Yep, I understand, and I think our first, as typically would be, to seek compliance from the students, but if not, then we would follow sort of a progressive discipline approach to get that compliance. Dr. Stratos, do you have any
uniform? I want some teachers saying, "All right, you guys break it up," and other teachers writing up the kids so that progressive discipline doesn't have I want something in place where teachers, they know what they have to do.
I understand. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, Dr. Rodriguez, if I could share, the high school principals have shared information on putting together how to work with kids, and they've collaborated with regard to the topic that Mr. Campbell is bringing forward. They've shared some of their ideas with the middle school principals. It all has not been vetted yet. One of the recommendations that has come from our office, and working also with Ms. Swinton, is putting together language of scripts of expectations so we can get some of the routines of what needs to be happening in the schools and get that information out first rather than waiting till something happens. Some of the conversation has driven towards working with the parents as well when the kids do get on campus, using that as our first avenue. And we recognize that there are going to be parents who don't believe COVID exists, and we're aware of that. It will get to a point from the discipline perspective that will get to be insubordinate, that the students are not complying. But we'd like to get scripts in the hands of our teachers so that they can get some routines and the schools could work on a single culture of implementation.
Yeah, can I respond to that, Dr. Guas?
Yes, go ahead. And after you respond, we're going to need to have a motion to either continue.
Okay, I just wanted to be made clear that you have something uniform in place where you're not picking on some kids and not picking on others, et cetera, because of their particular, adherence to the policy or to what you suggested. Say we don't have a policy for this.
Yeah.
So that's, are we going to have something written where they have to follow, and that's got to be given to parents and students before they enter? That's all I'm concerned about.
Yes, sir. It's an item that our division will be meeting set on this Friday. That is one of the items on the agenda to address transitioning into schools and working with our student code of conduct.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, before we continue, we need a motion of whether we're going to go past 9:15 or not.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we extend this meeting past 9:15.
All right.
I second.
Okay, Nell second. Kathy made the motion. Since there are a lot of people that have hands up, I won't be able to tell if you put your hand up to discuss this. So can everyone put their hands down for a minute and then we'll go back to this. All right. Kathy, do you want to comment or?
No, I guess I'll just say that I think that, this is an important discussion. Dr. Rodriguez has just made an important announcement, and I think that we should spend the time to get the best understanding that we can.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mel Campbell?
Well, I just think John Dowling had it spot on. We need to finish this business. This is very important business. So I'm going to support the motion. We can stay as long as we have to.
All right. So voting is now open.
Yes.
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 Robin, the motion should read passed, P-A-S-T.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Gwatz, how are you voting?
Yes.
Okay.
Unanimous.
The motion carries unanimously. So continue on, and I think David, I know you were in the queue. Will was in the queue, and I think maybe Kathy was, something like that. So David, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Rodriguez, is this decision contingent on not seeing a spike this coming Monday? And I asked it because I know we've gone up and we've gone down, or we went down, then we went up, then we went down. So I'm not sure how to make the question any clearer. Is it contingent on not seeing a spike on Monday?
Yeah, I think, our intent is to move forward with this October 5th date, and we will continue to monitor just as we've been doing along the way, but our intent is to move forward with this October 5th date.
So if there is a spike on Monday, what would we do?
Well, we aren't returning this week, right? So we would be moving forward with the plan for an October 5th date. But you know, the reality is that we also we need to get our students in the school and begin to have some of that face-to-face instruction. And so we, you know, of course, if you know, the numbers flew all the way up to 600, 700 or 800 or something like that, we would look at that. But our intent is to move forward.
Okay, so the bottom line for me then is highly unlikely that we're going to change our decision on this.
At this moment, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Smith?
Dr. Rodriguez, my question is Beaufort County School District different than any other school district in the state or nation in challenges caused by the epidemic?
You know, as a general matter, I would have to say no, as a general matter. You know, I'm not in other school districts, so I would just have to say no.
I mean, you're not another school district, but you are a superintendent. I'm sure you have different calls and stuff
sure.
like that.
Yes, sir.
So your answer would still be no?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Also, the question is just to go back to some of what Mr. Campbell was saying. What would be the uniform dress code once students go back as well?
So our schools have uniform dress codes. I'm sure that you know, there may be you know, we're gonna require masks in the building for anybody in the building, and I'm sure that if there are any issues with any particular students having difficulties, that our schools will work with them.
Right. Well, because I'm concerned that a lot of parents have not, due to funding, a lot of parents have not purchased uniforms. A lot of parents have not been prepared to go back in sure. uniforms. That could cause a disposition as well. That's a concern. Have we thought about that?
Sure. So you know, we've thought about the fact that there are you know, hard times out there, right? Right now, and so I think we certainly want to be you know, understanding and supportive of that. We have a window of time here before October 5th, but at the same time, I think that you know, times like this also call for a little compassion along the way. But I think that you know, that's the way we would approach it.
Also, in the course of where we're at right now, does every student in the district have district issued technology that need it right now? Does every student in this district have technology that they need?
To the best of my knowledge, at this time, yes. Some students may have brought a device in for repairs or something like that. That may be possible, but to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Stratos.
If I could share, Dr. Rodriguez, just for the board point, we've given out approximately between 300 to 350 tech waivers to assist our families, and we continue at processing those. Our objective has been to help families, Dr. Rodriguez. The only difference is obviously our pre-K. That is not an area where we have devices, but sure. From K through 12, we have been working with them.
Thank you, Dr.
Can you elaborate on what are tech waivers for the community and for the public?
So these are, Mr. Smith, these are an application that a parent shares in order so that if they can't give the $20 deposit, which basically pays for the bag that a computer or a tablet may go into, and those fees are being waived.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Crowder. So, so then you're saying that it's fair to say that every kid that wanted a device in this district has one.
We are trying, as Dr. Rodriguez said, to our knowledge, the answer to that is yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, I think it's a good time to point out, we had a gentleman that called in yesterday, I believe it was from a radio station. And I know that our team was following up, trying to reach out to that individual today to make sure that they had the information on how people get the MiFi devices. Because he indicated in his comments yesterday that there were some that maybe didn't know how to get to it. And so we wanted to just go ahead and connect with him if he had a target audience that he could get that information to.
Okay, that's great to know. My references towards laptops and iPads issued by district, not iPad. I'm not hotspots. I'm talking about laptops and devices that will help students get on the network to get their work done. Not hotspots.
Yeah,
laptops.
We Dr. Stratos and I understood that. I just thought it was a good time to add the other piece too.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Smith, why don't we come back to you, because I really think other people have questions too, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Mr. Dowling.
Dr. Rodriguez, I apologize. I missed your first 30 seconds. Okay. So if you've covered what I'm going to ask you, I apologize.
Sure.
All right. We've been in the medium for 2 weeks. Is that right? From the DHEC standard metrics?
We were in the medium 2 weeks ago, and we're in the medium again this Monday.
Okay. And the positivity rate is under 10%?
The positivity rate is 12, I believe right now.
Okay. Well, I believe that you wanted to see it below 10%. Is that correct?
I said
you stated that several times.
No, I said 10 or close to 10 is what I said.
Oh, okay. That hedging your bets pretty well. I thought I heard 10. Does this sudden change of direction on your part have anything to do with the memo sent out from Molly Spearman advising you not to use the metrics as the sole determiner in making your decision?
No, sir, it doesn't. Although from that, I will point out one thing that was on that memo, which was that whenever school districts shifted their model, that they would give parents at least 1 week.
Okay, to me, it's just a sudden, drastic shift in what you've been telling us you were going to be looking for before you made a decision to stop all virtual. The positivity rate of 2% above 10 is, to me, not close to 10. That is the first week that it's about, that it is, has it ever been below 10?
I don't think so.
All right. So you are perfectly satisfied that despite what Molly Spearman says, that you can provide safety for each and every student and each and every employee.
So
yes
I can tell you this.
Yes or no, Dr.
That's not a yes or
Grace.
no. That's not a yes or no question, sir. Not a yes or no question. No, it isn't.
Are you arguing with me?
I am, sir. I'm telling you that I don't believe that is a yes or a no answer.
Well, you are the only superintendent, and it's only your decision. It's not our decision. It's your decision. And I expect a degree of certainty in your outlook when you make a decision like this. And throw away the standards that you said you were going to use to make the decision.
Dr. Rodriguez, maybe Mr. Dowling missed the part where, and I'm not trying to, I'm just trying to, get the situation straight in everybody's mind, but virtual is still an option, that people are not being forced into hybrid. I'm not sure he heard that part of this.
I understand that.
Okay.
The virus is not selective. It's not going to pick and choose who it infects. It infects anybody it can. So I doubt if the students are actively choosing face-to-face. Their parents are choosing it for them, but the kids are the one that are going to either get sick or bring it home to infect the adults in the house. And you, Dr. Rodriguez, are the only person who's going to be responsible for that if that happens. Not us, not the staff, you.
Dr.
I would just follow up with that to say that, you know, that is not necessarily an accurate statement either, because, students can get that virus anywhere, not necessarily in a school.
Dr. Wisniewski.
And they won't bring it to the school. Thank you. I won't say thank you. I'll say I'm disappointed in you.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One comment with regard to the previous exchange. I don't think the responsibility lies solely with Frank. I think the responsibility lies with parents always in the decisions that they make for their children. And I support you, Frank, in moving to hybrid. My question is, you're giving about 2 weeks and a couple days of lead time, which I think is fantastic for everybody to be able to prepare, for teachers to pivot and do what they need to do. My question is there a desirable frame of time period and a specific metric for moving to 5 days a week?
I think, what we would do is just continue to look at the metrics along the way. Certainly, I think we would want to be in this for 4 weeks at least and see how it goes.
Thank you.
Ms. Orshak?
So, Dr. Rodriguez, if I'm a parent and I have a child with sensory issues and it makes it very difficult, if not impossible, to wear a mask, and I want to send my child into school, is there a way for that to happen?
Yes, there is, Dr. Bradley.
Yes, I was just going to mention that we actually do have a detailed plan of what the reentry process will look like. We've not released that yet. We'll probably have that out on our website on Friday. But within that plan, it outlines what the process will be or should be for parents and families who have children who have some particular medical condition or physical limitation that would inhibit them or prohibit them from wearing a mask or some other protective device, and then also protocols within the schools on how to accommodate that.
And that's scheduled for Friday release?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bradley.
No problem.
So I have a question as a follow-up to my last question, and I'm not an educator, but I'm just thinking logically. So you must have had some reason why you thought AA and maybe Wednesday virtual and then BB. Was that something of thinking of disinfecting the schools or the classroom, or?
Yeah, because you would have the same people in the building on Monday and Tuesday. Yeah. And then on Thursday and Friday, you would have the same people in the building. So that was the rationale. So
then I've already been communicated from a constituent, also a teacher in our system. So if you're teaching, let's say a math class, those 5 days, so the students that had it on Monday and Tuesday would have information. And then on Wednesday, you're teaching to them all, but those students that are going to get it on Thursday, Friday haven't had that information that A group has had. So this person was suggesting going AB. Had that ever, so what I mean is, so let's say, so you could have the A group on Monday, the B group on Tuesday, then on Wednesday, they've both covered the same information prior to the virtual day, and then you'd have AB again on Thursday, Friday.
Well, what you remember is that they would all have instruction virtually on that Wednesday, right?
Right.
So it's very possible that the teacher would be able to introduce material to the BB students and perhaps review that same material with those AA students through a differentiated instruction process.
Yeah, but did you see what I mean? I understand. Yeah, the disinfecting thing, I clearly understand that.
Right, got it.
Having the, one group in there at the beginning of the week and one group in there at the end of the week. But I was just thinking in terms of the instruction.
Sure.
It's
a worthy consideration. Yes,
yeah. Ma'am. Okay. And this teacher brought that up, which I think was a real good point. All right. Let's see. We'll go to David.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Rodriguez, before you made this decision, did you look at other districts who have gone to this hybrid model to see what effect it had? I mean, I realize they're all different, but if there was a trend, that would jump out if you looked at it.
Yeah. So currently across the state of South Carolina, I believe there are 7 districts that have gone 5 days a week. There are 14 districts that opted for a fully virtual start, and the remainder are in a hybrid model. And the predominant within the hybrid model was a AA and then BB. I think that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm glad you looked at that. I was just wondering, did you see any negative effects? Health, I'm talking health now.
I understand. Yeah. So it's still a little early because a lot of districts shifted to a September 8 start date as well. So nothing necessarily that stood out to me yet.
Mr. Smith?
Dr. Rodriguez, what factors brought you to this decision at this time?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've always said that it's our intent and certainly our desire to bring students back in the building for face-to-face instruction. We have seen at least 7 weeks, I think, of reduced, continued reduced rates. And I think we're right around, a place that we felt comfortable to do that. And then we consulted with our principals, and we consulted as well with some teachers. And I think everybody, generally speaking, is, understanding that students, in school is the best place for learning. I think we've all said that. And so we just felt that the numbers have come to a place where we think we can do it.
So was this a science-driven decision based on data?
So I've been looking at the numbers dropping since August 3rd and dropping from over 616 to down to 194. That incident rate.
Also, are we asking parents to sign waivers of responsibilities?
We did not contemplate asking parents to sign waivers.
So how about for sports? Are parents signing waivers for sports?
Mr. Otting?
I apologize. Had some headphones on. Yes, we are, because that is the recommendation of the South Carolina High School League for sports. Also, the South Carolina High School League recommends the temperatures, and that's why we're doing it for sports, while the CDC does not. So we're following the guidance of South Carolina High School League for sports.
Okay, great. That's concerning. How about staff? Are we asking any staff members to sign waivers?
No.
Well, Dr. Rodriguez, if I may, only in sports. So coaches, yes, we did in sports.
So we're asking the coaches to sign waivers, but we're not asking the staff members in the buildings to sign waivers. Is that correct to say?
Correct. That again is following the guidance of South Carolina High School League.
Okay, let me ask someone.
Ms. Zorshak?
I have a question for Dr. Rodriguez and then one for the board. Dr. Rodriguez, have we worked out the details on the logistics of school start times and, timing bus routes and all that good stuff? I can't imagine what's involved in that process, but is that well underway, or can you provide any information there?
Dr. Bradley?
Ms. Orshak, wonderful question. You're reading our minds. We actually had a long conversation with Mr. Otting and his team, because we recognize that not only transportation, but food services would need to make sure that they had all of their plans in place to be able to respond to the surge of students that will now be coming into our building. So though that work just started today when we had a private conversation about the announcement that we've just made this evening. Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Thank you. And actually, my question to the board can wait till this conversation has concluded.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you. Dr. Rodriguez, we've been out of school since March. There is a downward trend, and you're offering and suggesting a phased-in approach. I think it's the right time to do this. So my question for you is, the hybrid option is for those families who signed up for face-to-face, right?
That's correct.
And those numbers were about 50% of our families signed up for face-to-face?
District-wide? Is that? Yeah, I think it was a little more. I think it was like 53%.
Right. Okay, yeah, 47, 53%, and 47% want to go virtual, right?
Yes.
Will families be able to switch now that they've heard this? Will families now be able to switch to face-to-face if they want to?
So, we will have an opportunity for that. We're going to ask for some stabilization initially, and we're going to set some deadline dates that we would communicate, because our schools, need to plan for it, right? I mean, a switch is something that schools need to plan for. So.
Right.
And we will, it is not encouraged though. And I want to take a moment to pause to give a little bit of insight from a principal's perspective about what they would have to manage if all of a sudden there was a swarm of change that they would have to kind of accommodate. Schedules have been made, and those schedules actually inform teacher duties and teacher responsibilities. And so while we have always said that there would be an opportunity for parents and families to change course, I think one of the messaging points from principals is that although it is an option, it is not strongly encouraged. But to the short answer to your question, to follow up with what Dr. Rodriguez said, yes, it will be permissible, but not encouraged, because the operational challenges and the scheduling challenges that would create for schools would really be significant.
Okay, so that's staying consistent with the message you put out back when we initially were going to do a hybrid model.
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is in regard to the instructional delivery or instructional time. So are we concerned about instructional time being equal between an AABB student and those that are staying virtual? Because it's my understanding, cursory understanding, that virtual will be getting 5 days of instructional time, but AABB and one virtual day will only be technically 3 days of instructional time. So I just want to make sure if there's concerns around that, what are we doing to address it?
So I think one of the things important to note there is that on the virtual time, right, the length of perhaps direct instruction during that is not the same as the length of direct instruction during the face-to-face piece either. So Dr. Bradley, anything else you want to add to that, or Dr. Stratos, either one?
Yeah, I mean, I would just add anecdotally that even when students are in school, if they are in live classrooms, that does not mean that they are always for the entire duration of a class receiving live instruction. There is time within a period block for guided instruction or independent instruction or for independent work or things of that sort. So, I mean, the idea is that we want to make sure that there is an opportunity for students to do that independently, which obviously is not ideal, but it is what comes with a hybrid approach. But it has been the expectation for principals with regard to monitoring instruction. We have been very clear that there should be no difference in the amount of live instruction exposure that students receive, regardless of the models that they are in, whether they are in virtual or in face-to-face.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yes, thank you. I'm concerned now about the metrics. You're going to have 1/4 of the students in the schools with probably all the staff engaged, or all the staff except those engaged with virtual. And I'm concerned with how many staff members, additional staff members, you're going to need to cover the programming. You know, the point that Tina made was very important. Point 2 of that rotation, which it doesn't matter if they start the classes on Thursday and Friday, but if they're going to start the classes Monday, Tuesday, and bring in new information to the Monday, Tuesday class on Wednesday, but old information, opposite, old information to the Monday, Tuesday class, but new information to the classes haven't had it. Who has the time? What teacher would have the time? And that shortens the minutes of instructions even more. So I'm really concerned with your ability to pull this off with the same number of staffing. That's my concern.
Dr. Bradley or Dr. Stratos?
I think the good thing is that we have a bit of time, right? We just introduced this plan to our principals. One of the things that we encourage is for their feedback, because they are obviously the ones that are on the ground that have to implement our plans. They are certainly not shy about telling us whether or not a proposal that we have made that they can execute or not, and if they have an alternative approach or a proposal that they think is better suits them and better suits their students, they certainly bring that to us, and we take that under advisement. So we had a lengthy conversation a little bit earlier today about the AABB model, and we did not receive much objection, but on your recommendation, we will certainly follow back up with them to make sure that the AABB model is something that is suitable for their students. And if we find that a better course or a different course is necessary, we'll certainly make that change.
And not only that, to Rachel's point, what about minutes on task and accreditation in terms of the students, especially high school students in certain courses? I can't, I don't understand how it would work in terms of the numbers. That's all I'm concerned about.
If I may, Mr. Campbell, and I'll back up just for a moment to the question regarding the pacing. If we work with our schools and our school leadership works at monitoring the pacing and scope and sequence in their buildings, they'll be able to have a closer maintenance of the children who are on virtual, not getting too far ahead of the children who are right now on a hybrid. As our schools, and I have to say, I know it's been an evening of many kudos to those who have been working from district level. I have to put extra kudos out to our principals because they have redesigned their master scheduling where a significant amount of them have assigned teachers to virtual and those face-to-face. So if we are able to work with our families and under mitigating circumstances, try to keep as close as possible to the numbers we already have at face-to-face, not saying that they will be denied, but if we reassign our teachers from who have already been identified at master schedule for 2 days a week, if the numbers stay close, give or take some, they will be able to shift and keep that other master schedule running that has been identified for virtual. The schools have started that process. They just have to recognize that we're taking these sections and now shifting them into the brick and mortar. So it's a challenging task in the sense, because now they're recognizing they're on their third deviation, but technically it's actually a reassignment from home into room 1, 2, 3, 4 for 2 days a week, which they already do have on their scheduling.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
I'm still concerned with algebra teacher that's teaching 30 students virtual, 15 of them opt for face-to-face, and there's no algebra teacher available to teach that face-to-face. That's what I'm concerned. And other subject matters and the different, the different subject matters. Is there going to be enough teachers to go around where I'm face-to-face and my counterpart have got the other students, doing the same thing I'm doing, but they're face-to-face at the same time. And the time on task in terms of each of the different students. I'll have my students every day. They'll have their students 3 times a day, a week. So that's 5 to 3. What are the time differences? What's the, all of those things. I just want to make sure we're working it out, because the least bit of glitches, we're going to hear about it.
Yes, so I am conscious of that, sir. Yes. And I could share that a predominant amount of our principals have actually had the mind frame that you are speaking of, as they have been. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Colonel Geyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Rodriguez, there's 18 days between now and October 5th. There's a lot of questions here tonight. There's going to be a lot of questions from parents, a lot of questions from teachers. A heck of a lot of coordination is going to have to be done. The staffing issue is going to be a challenge. Communication to all the stakeholders is going to be a challenge. The logistical parts, we're still doing virtual in these 18 days for everybody as well. The same people are going to have to plan to go to hybrid. We got meals delivery, we got student delivery. You have the team, you have the talent to pull this off, but it's not going to be easy. And it's, you have a real challenge ahead of you. And anything that we can do to assist you in that challenge, I'm sure other board members are here to help in any way we can. But I can only say I've got confidence in your team that you're going to be able to pull this off. But it won't be pretty and it won't be easy. But good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
My question is, are the bus drivers and with the meals as he just brought up, is that prepared to go off with no hitch as well?
Mr. Bradley, I think you spoke earlier about some of the meetings on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we literally today did we begin talking and planning for and in giving marching orders around what are the operational things that need to be in place and taken care of as we prepare for going back to face-to-face or a hybrid model on October 5th. So we obviously don't have any other choice other than to be ready. And so that team will be working in overdrive, and they've already started earlier this afternoon to do that.
Also, how do we justify two standards for the same student in two different activities to parents? Dr. Rodriguez?
I'm not sure we understand your question.
How do we justify two standards for the same students in two different activities to parents, as in a student academic and then also a football student, a football player?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Which part of it? Which part of it don't you understand?
The two standards.
May I, Dr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, I think he's asking you why the South Carolina High School League athletes sign up for waiver and the students don't.
Oh, you're talking about the waivers, Mr. Smith?
No. My question is, how are we justifying a student going out and playing football, no mask and as well, and then justifying that same student to come to class and tell to parents that those students are going to be safe? We have two different standards.
So as I said, all along, we would follow the DHEC guidelines, and we would follow the South Carolina High School League guidelines as they apply to those respectively.
And as well as the temperature. So we're taking temperatures at the football stadiums for players, but we're not going to take temperatures to enter school buildings. That's another thing.
Yeah, again, that's not a recommendation from DHEC.
Mr. Smith, I believe Mr. Otting shared that was for the players, specifically at the stadium. I don't believe there was commentary regarding that temperatures were going to be at the stadium, unless you were just referring just to the players. But the standard has been set forward not by this district or DHEC or the state. It has been but from the state, the athletic, high school athletic league.
How about teachers? Because that's just, if we're checking temperatures in one instance, and we're not checking temperatures in another instance. I'm lost on how we legitify that.
I understand your question completely. I think it's important to note that athletics is governed by the South Carolina High School League, and the standards and expectations that they have and the protocols that they have for keeping kids safe are different from what a school is required to do under the guidance of DHEC. So that's where there is a little bit of difference. And so our justification in honoring both of those is that one is governed by the guidance of one organization, and school is guided is governed by the guidance of another, and those standards happen to be a little different than one another.
Well, my question would then be: are we doing the minimum to enter students into the school just so that we can get back up and running in the buildings?
No, sir. I don't think there's going to be anything associated with minimum with bringing kids back into the building. There's an enormous amount of logistics that are going to be taking place, and I would not classify it as minimum.
Okay, and when I said minimum, let me just clarify. As in the South Carolina High School League said they're taking temperatures, and they just took it a step further And I was wondering, are we willing to take it a step further as well? Because I believe we have a large staff in this district that we could take temperatures, but I'm just, that's just an example of it. Thank you. I'll come back to that. No problem.
I just want to say, I do think that's a worthy question, because I think that could be perplexing to parents, particularly those parents who have children that are participating in athletics, but also have decided to send their kids back in a face-to-face or participate in that hybrid model. So just wanted to recognize that, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Dowling.
Thank you.
Mr.
Don,
Dowling,
you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry. I just want to make one thing clear, Dr. Rodriguez. The fact checkers out there are melting down my cell phone. You did not say close to 10%. You said, oh, 10%. I just want that on the record. And if I need to, I'll put it in the minutes. You did not say close to 10%. That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Fidrich.
My apologies, I should have taken my hand down.
Mr. Dowling, can you put yours down too? Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Let me just go back to that real quick. So what if that Friday night that kid gets his temperature taken and his temperature's high and he can't play in that game? What will happen on Monday when it's time to come to class? How will we validate that?
If his temperature is high and he's not allowed to participate?
Yeah, so he's not allowed to participate on Friday night. But what will we do about him coming to class on Monday? How will we validate that?
So remember, Mr. Bradley spoke about screening criteria and screening questions for students. And the other part that's going to be important here as well is there is an important component, and that is our community and our parents to also screen and check their children before sending them to school. And we're also going to ask that they are an active participant in helping us keep our schools open. And that means screening their children at home, and additionally, making sure that they don't send them to school if they're ill. And staff as well.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, and staff as well.
And I hear what you're saying, but I'm just concerned of an outcry that parents are trying to make a living, and daycares are high. I mean, some parents are not may leave home at 5 o'clock in the morning to get may leave off St. Helena at 5 o'clock to get to a job on Hilton Head, and they may not be. Their kids may be sick, and they may not be able to check those temperatures out. So I mean, it's just, I'm worried about the district part and how we move forward with this implementation. When it comes to some of those degrees. I mean, and that's where I'm coming from with some of that as well.
Mr. Earl Campbell.
Let me say this. You can have a high temperature and don't even be sick at all. Some people do have high temperature and don't have any illness at all. So you can't, the only way you can do it, you would have to test them to see whether they have COVID or not.
Mr. Mel Campbell.
A couple of things I want to say, but to Earl's point, all I know is when I go into that hospital, they check my temperature. They don't check my COVID, but the temperature is a big indicator, just walking in there. And to the other point about the high school league versus the students coming into the school, I can understand the high school league involved with students having face-to-face, touch and feel, hand in hand, face, breath-to-breath contacts. So that's why they have to know that those people on the field are pretty much safe before they engage in any contact. And the next time, they're safe again. So any kind of spiking in that temperature would be an indicator that they're not, and they probably shouldn't be engaged. But on the other hand, to Will's benefit, I don't see why we don't push that issue of thermometers and temperature taking, since we're only talking about 1/4 of the students on any particular day. And, even our largest school can accommodate that with maybe 4 people doing the temperatures or 6 people.
Dr. Bradley.
It'll be a safeguard. It'll be an indicator where we don't take that unnecessary risk. It's worth the time, the energy, and the cost.
Dr. Bradley, would you make a note of that and let's look at that tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't disagree with Mr. Campbell at all. I think it's worth us exploring whether or not we can operationalize the taking of temperatures to actually elevate the standards that we have and increase and go above and beyond the guidance that DHEC has provided. So we will certainly look into that.
Yeah, people trust will be enhanced quite a bit in terms of what you're doing with their children as they re-enter.
Yes, sir.
Also, as a physician, I would say, it's the reason they don't take the temperature anymore for COVID-19. It's not really an effective screening tool. However, taking the temperature is an effective screening tool for illness in general. So you can look at it that way too, that you're going to pick up other conditions that are likely contagious that you'll keep out of the school. Ms. Orshak?
I'll take Tina's word on that one. She's our most qualified board member to weigh in on matters of health. In the last 2 instances where Dr. Rodriguez has made a very significant decision regarding COVID and how it impacts A, graduations, and how it impacts B, the opening of schools, the board has put forth consistently motions in support of Dr. Rodriguez's decisions. And of course, the motions were met with a variety of responses, but the board has been consistent in that regard up until this evening. No one has put a motion forward, and I'm wondering what that says in contrast to the other COVID-related decisions that Dr. Rodriguez has made and that the board has chosen to endorse through formal board action and vote.
Is that a motion?
I have my answer. Thank you.
All right, there being no further questions, Dr. Rodriguez?
That concludes the superintendent's report.
All right. For the future agenda topics, I already wrote down what was discussed yesterday, so we don't need to repeat those. Those were safety, the review of the district's emergency plans, and the minority women's business enterprises, legislative priorities, go to the delegation, look at Colleton County is what Mr. Campbell had recommended. Are there any other future agenda topics, Mr. Strivenger?
Oh, yeah, I think we have 2 loose ends that are future agenda topics. One is Mr. Dowling's suggestion on meeting protocols.
Yeah.
And the other one was the summer work that Mr. Smith is interested in and the process of prioritizing summer work.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Also, the process of the board videotapes being uploaded, well, the process of the board videotapes.
Okay. Mr. Mel Campbell?
Well, this isn't a future agenda topic, but I'd like to state that the board self-evaluation committee have met. We're going to continue to meet, and there was an email sent out to each board member that we'd like you to respond to.
Okay.
And I'll also like to say on the record that I am in full support of Dr. Rodriguez's effort, and I'm just making sure that he understands the seriousness of this venture.
Mr. Geyer?
Chair, are we going to continue to discuss the K-12?
Yeah, but we're going to go back in. We need, as soon as we finish this, we're going to go back into executive session.
Just one. Thank you.
Yeah. Rachel? Dr. Wisniewski?
Yes, Madam Chair. I don't know if you said this one, but when we went over PE 10 yesterday, there was the discussion around the emergency drill schedule.
Yeah.
And so I had asked that we get an update on any changes to those. I don't know if that would be available for next meeting or another, but it's an agenda topic.
Okay. All right. So now we need a motion to go back into executive session, I guess, because we adjourned and reconvened. I guess you could argue either way, we need it or we don't. So let's just do it. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go into executive session to discuss the K-12.
Yeah, or to just, what you just say to finish the remaining items.
Okay, to finish the remaining items.
Yeah. All right. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right. Voting is open.
Yes.
Guads, yes.
Mal Campbell, yes.
Mr. John Dowling,
Yes.
Okay.
Motion carries unanimously. So why don't we just take a 5-minute break so people can go to the bathroom and come back? So it's 10:06, so at 10:11, and that will allow Molly and Robin to get the executive session waiting room. input or this
postpone, okay.
John's, and he's gonna, so can you put that back on the floor, and he's gonna amend it.
Let's see. All right, let me recount. All right, let me redo it again. Give me a second. So it was John who made the motion and Joanne seconded. Is that still the same?
I think so.
Yeah.
You can display it.
Yeah, I had to redo it to display it.
Oh, okay.
There it is. Is that it?
Yes.
I copied from what you did before.
Okay. Madam Chair, at this time, I'd like to make an amendment to my motion.
Okay, wait a sec. Let me just announce that we're back in public session first.
Okay.
Oh, right. It's 12:43.
The board has now come out of executive session and we are back in public session. It's now September 17th, 2020. Mr. Dowling.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to my motion, my previous motion. I move that the board, recognizing the fact that contractual obligations were not met by Fuel Corporation, that we recommend that we support the recommendation of the superintendent and terminate the contract with said Fuel Education.
Do you have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, Mr. Geyer. So did you get that, Robin?
Sort of. Wait a minute, motion.
Sort of, okay.
Motion that the board, recognizing the fact that contractual obligations were not met, that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to terminate the contract with Fuel Education.
Okay, they were not met by Fuel Corporation.
That were not met
by Fuel Corporation.
Fuel Education. Okay. This was motion that the board, recognizing the fact that contractual obligations were not met by Fuel Education, that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to terminate the contract with Fuel Education. Is that it?
Yes,
yep.
I think so. All right, any discussion? All right, Mr. Smith? You're muted.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I would like to express a little frustrating concerning board members' timely access to documents necessarily for me to prepare for board meetings. I was under the impression the board members would be provided the necessary documents no later than Thursday night before the next scheduled Tuesday meeting. Is it reasonable that we are expected to block out time during what for some of us is time out of our workday to drive to the district office and spend time reviewing documents so that I may be prepared to make informed decisions? Perhaps you and I, Dr. Guards, are the only two board members that hold down normal 9 to 5 or 8 to 4 jobs. Is it possible that these documents are available in a more timely fashion rather than 8 hours before the board meetings? Perhaps an explanation of why they are not available the Thursday night before a Tuesday meeting would be appropriate. Why can't these confidential documents be made available on a secured link in a view-only format needs to be explained. The implication that public elected officials are not trustworthy, I find that to be insulting. So for that, I must abstain, and I cannot vote on this contract tonight. Thank you.
All right, voting is, no one else has their hand up, so voting is now open.
Yes.
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 Fittrich, yes.
Quads, yes.
Mr. Smith, how are you? Thank you.
The motion carries 10-01. Mr. Smith abstained. So the motion passes. Do we have any further action as necessary coming out of executive session?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to give this to Robin, and it's somewhat long, so I'm going to give it to you in pieces, Robin, and you let me know when you have it typed, and I'll give you the rest of it, okay?
Okay, you can start.
I move that the board direct the superintendent
Thank you, Bill.
Okay.
to gather information
To gather information
on the personnel matter
Yes, sir.
addressed in the executive session tonight.
Okay.
Present that information to the board during executive session at the next board meeting.
Second.
Okay, that was Earl, second. Yeah.
Okay, let me make sure. Motion that the board direct the superintendent to gather information on the personnel matter addressed in the executive session tonight. Present that information to the board during executive session at the next board meeting. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dow, do you want to comment at all, Dick, or no? No. Mr.
Dick?
Dow.
Oh, okay. Dick, question for you.
Yes, sir.
Colonel?
Yes, sir.
He said yes.
Oh, okay. Would it be possible to have present that information to the board, comma, without conclusion or recommendation, comma, during executive session?
That would be fine.
Say that again.
Say it again, please.
Okay. Present that information to the board, comma, without conclusion, capital C, or recommendation, capital R, comma.
Without conclusion or recommendation, comma.
Yeah, and then the rest as stated.
All right.
And Mr. Earl Campbell, are you all right with that?
That's fine with me.
Okay, thank you. All right, any further discussion? Ms. Orshak?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I will be voting no on this motion because I do not believe the board should be involved in this matter.
Mr. Dowling?
Ditto, I will be voting no for the same reason.
All right, voting is now open.
Dowling, no.
Yes.
Guads, yes.
Goodrich, yes.
Mr. Melvin Campbell,
Yes. Motion, which is not gonna work for it.
The motion carries 8-1. The noes, Dowling and Orshak, and the abstention, Smith. All right. Do we have any further action as necessary or appropriate coming out of executive session? Kathy and Will?
For me, I don't have anything.
Kathy?
No, none.
None. Okay. We need a motion to adjourn and a second.
I move we
So
adjourn.
Yay. And Earl second, and all in favor. Aye.
Aye.
Good night.
Good night.
Good morning.
Yeah.